Mr. Mayor, I can't hear you. Are you muted?
Can't hear you.
He's muted. Still muted, Duncan. Still muted. I can hear Peter Nelson turning pages, but I can't hear the mayor.
Hear me, Graham?
Yeah, I can hear you. The mayor's still muted though.
Yep. Nelson, yep, I'm here.
We can't hear the mayor. Fuck it.
His lips are moving, but nothing's coming out. Houston, we have a problem, Houston.
Councillors, we're aware of a problem. We're fixing it now. Give us a second.
Okay.
That looks good, Ian.
Thank you, Peter.
I won't stand up. I'm a newsreader.
You got your tracky dacks on.
I could have, you just won't know. We did have a Zoom dinner.
Councillors, just a reminder, we're still live.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Should have got him to stand up, Peter.
We're still live, Craig.
Oh, okay. I hope we're playing nice music to those listening in, are we, at the moment?
Elevator music.
So much for technology, eh?
Could have been back in the chamber this week.
Councillor Turley, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Everybody on deck now?
Yep.
We go around the room, please. We are going live, but can Councillor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councillor Scandra,
Yes.
Councillor Nelson,
Roger?
Councillor Whipper,
Yeah.
and Councillor Andrews.
Yep, all good.
Okay. Councillor Halstead will be a little late. We have been going live for the last 7 minutes, so we will recommence the meeting. And again, welcome to all those who are live streaming and watching this. And I'll ask Councillor Whipper to do acknowledgement of country.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and to pay my respects to elders both past and present. And I would like to also extend that respect to any and all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders that may be with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll read the civic prayer. Almighty God, from whom comes every good and perfect gift, we give you thanks for the blessings you bestow upon us in this Shire. Grant to those who hold office in this council the spirit of justice and truth, of wisdom and charity, that mindful of our responsibility, we may promote the welfare of your people and advance the common good. Amen.
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 Apologies, we have one from Councillor Markward, who's been given an extended leave, but it's Councillor McLaughlin
Move that way, Mr Mayor.
and secondly Councillor Nelson, Councillor Chandra. Put it all in favour, against carried.
Aye.
All right.
We
Aye.
have an option of the previous minutes. Somebody who'd like to move those, please. So on the 10th of June 2020, moved Councillor Nelson, seconded
So moved.
Bernard. Any discussion on the correctness? Put that all in favour, against.
Right.
Declarations of interest. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, Mr Mayor, item 9.1, I have a less than significant interest in 9.1, as I have a property in East Barrel that is on a corner and does have a secondary a granny flat on it. It's no plans to subdivide that, but it does fall under that category. But I'll be staying in the chamber and voting on the matter on 9.1, as I've done before. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an interest in item 11.2, the tender for construction of Church Road Oval amenities upgrade. I have a business relationship with one of the companies that have tendered for this contract. My interest is non-pecuniary, less than significant. I will stay and vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's 11.2. Any other declarations of interest? Councillor Scandra.
Mr Mayor, two. The first one is items 18.3 and 12.1. Mr Nicholas Dyer is on the Housing and Demographics Committee, of which I'm Deputy Chair. Mr Dyer also has handed out for me, and he's also done that for the Liberals, so I'm declaring a non-pecuniary less than significant. Mr Dyer has been active in the community, as many people on our committees are. The other declaration is 9.2, 93 to 95 Kirkham Road. And I say there it's a non-pecuniary, non-significant. Mr Robson has presented his business case to me and other councillors when I chaired the Economic Development and Tourism Committee. It was supported unanimously. Mr Robson has has economic and tourism arguments for his DA as per the report and various correspondence and representations to councillors and council. I'll send those in.
Thank you very much. Any other declarations? Then I will declare a less than significant pecuniary interest on item 12.1, local strategic planning statement for local housing strategy, and declare it for Barrel South, as my son is extremely good friends with a property owner in land of that area which will be considered. As such, I'll leave the chamber and not take part in any debate in relation to Barrel South, and will ask Councillor Turlin to chair that section of the recommendation when it comes to council, which is B on the recommendation as circulated. So any other declarations of interest? Good. Then we move on to the mayoral minute, and I'd ask somebody that'd like to second the mayoral minute.
So moved.
McLaughlin,
Thank you.
in relation to acknowledging Queen's birthday honours list, and I'll read out the recipients. Ms. Robin Ann Nevin, AO, Mr. John Douglas D'Arcy, OAM, Mr. John James Johnson, OAM, posthumous, Dr. Anne Elizabeth Parker, OAM, and Dr. John Allen Lowndes, OAM, and then also recognising the Australian Police Medal for Achievements John Klepsarek for his years of dedication and service to the New South Wales Police Force. I think it's just good to acknowledge those and just that those people who have been given this honour from the Australian government be recognised by our council as we do on a regular basis, and congratulate the amount of effort, time and energy they've given to the community over the years, and of course the just rewards for their recognition. And to Chief Inspector John Klepsarek, to his service to the police force. So I'll ask any councillor if they'd like to speak, but otherwise I'll put it. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I appreciate your mayoral minute with regard to this. I think it's fantastic that these awards for our local people be acknowledged by you as the mayor and our community. I personally know two of the recipients quite well. Mr. John Darcy, who has been around a fair while, but his musical talents, I think, are known to a lot of people. I did approach him some time ago to help our little barbershop group with regard to coaching the Highland Dares many years ago, and he did that for quite some time. He's worked on a lot of local musicals. He conducts orchestras. He conducts local choirs, U3A, the whole, quite a lot of great things that John has done. So I'm very pleased that he's been acknowledged. And also Dr. Anne Parker, I've known personally. She did run with me when I ran for council, and I think she's an outstanding person. And I'm very pleased to see that she's been recognised for her contribution to this community and her continued contribution in the health service area. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Any other speakers? Councillor Turwin.
Yeah, look, all of them are very worthy of what they've received, but John Klepsarek, over the bushfire period late last year and early this year, has been an absolute standout in the way that he conducted himself and the police force and the emergency services. So again, to John Klepsarek, I believe in a few years' time, hopefully he'll get the same award that some of these others have got.
Thank you, Councillor Turwin. Yes, and I'll just endorse the with John Klepsarek. I worked closely with him over a period, as did council, and he is still a regular visitor to the Civic Centre with our regular catch-ups every 6 weeks or so with the GM, and of course with the Wingecarribee Safety Committee. So thank you for those who spoke. I put the recommendation all in favour. Against carried unanimously, I believe. So we'll move to these public forums. Now, as we say, we can't take questions, but people wish to speak to these items. So 12.1, Mr. Kim Hewitt will address council against the recommendation. So is Mr. Hewitt on deck?
Been brought into the meeting now.
Okay, he's coming on to the meeting now.
Thank you.
Which item, Mr. Mayor? Which item was it?
Well, we are in his public forum, so that deals with any item. So in West Council, against the determination of how is this issue.
Yes.
Okay, he's coming on to the meeting now.
Thank you.
Which item, Mr. Mayor? Which item was it?
Well, we are in his public forum, so that deals with any item. So
Can't hear anybody.
What's going on?
Can everyone mute their microphones, please?
Councillors, we have to hook up with these people, and this is the problem with meetings, trying to be able to get people present when they're able to hook up to the system. Are you there, Mr. Hewitt?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can. So you have the floor. 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Look, thank you very much for having us. I represent the Robertson Business Chamber, an organisation whose membership consists of 35 employers, business owners and managers in Robertson, many of whom are also residents of Robertson. The Chamber made a submission to the Wingecarribee Shire as part of the community feedback process relating to the draft local housing and strategic planning statements. The Chamber is asking councillors not to vote for the motion currently before it regarding those strategies, as we believe the process and apparent conclusion drawn from the community consultation process with regard to Robertson are unclear at best and misleading at worst. We're objecting to the inclusion of recommendation 2 regarding the renaming of the parcel, re-identifying, whatever you want to call it, of the parcel of land identified in the LHS as a possible area for greenfield housing, and that the matter, and it's also recommended that the matter be subject to future consultation. No reason is given for this recommendation, and it's the only town-specific recommendation being put before the council. Well, the question I'd like to ask is, why is it so? It appears that the chamber that growth for Robertson is being kicked down the road once again, as it was after a similar process which was undertaken some 5 years ago. Council are probably aware of the 113 public submissions made to council. Some 35 were regarding Robertson, a huge response in comparison to none from Moss Vale and only 9 from Barrow. I understand councillors may not have. I understand councillors may not have read all submissions in full, and so are relying on the unidentified summaries prepared, I assume, by council staff and the analysis thereof, which appear in the agenda for this meeting. Those summaries do not identify which submissions have been made on behalf of groups like the Robertson Business Chamber and the Robertson Age-Friendly Futures groups, etc., or those made by individuals. If it was the substance of submissions that was being examined, that would not matter. However, in the comments by staff, the numbers for or against one part of the local housing strategy, that is the identification of one particular parcel of land as a possible site for future housing, are tallied with the purpose, I assume, of quantifying community support. At no time was there any indication that submissions would be tallied for or against any part of the LHS. Had this been the case, groups like the Robertson Business Chamber could have had their members make individual submissions, in our case 35, and the number crunching result would have been very different. In other words, the tallying of votes, if you want to call it that, in the submission process is, we believe, a corruption of the community comment process. If it is the case that the quoted 80% against is the basis for delaying Robertson's participation in the future, then it is a nonsense and needs to be voted down. Again, I stress there is no information, reason or background provided to explain why Robertson has been singled out for special treatment in the recommendations before you. The local housing strategy is a lot more than a referendum on one possible housing development, and I urge councillors to re-examine the details in submissions and take an interest especially in those that represent groups of community members. Robertson does need to be part of the economic and social development of the Shire. We should not be left behind or put at the back of the queue. The council needs to lead in this matter and not defer. Rejection of this recommendation will allow Robertson to be treated on equal footing with other towns in the Shire, to have new housing areas as well as the vital but probably more complex infill development occurring simultaneously. So I ask you to vote no for the recommendation, so we're not sitting here in another 5 years talking about the same old thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. And as you know, being public forum, no questions. Ms. Karen Wilmot will address council in support of the recommendation in relation to 12.1. Are you there, Ms. Wilmot, or are you coming on? Yes, yes, you're there. So we can see you. Can you hear me?
Audio is still connected.
Could you turn your audio on, please? Okay, you are muted, Mrs. Wilmot. Hello, we can't hear you. You have muted yourself. Hello? Hello? No, I can't hear you. What are you going to do? Okay, we are rehooking you. Ms. Wilmot, we will ring you by phone. There is obviously a problem and we'll get you back on in as soon as we can after the next speaker. So something is wrong with the audio. So at this stage, we'll move to 12.2. And is Mr. Dennis McManus?
Hello, Dennis. Yes, you're on now. So
okay, good. Okay, can you hear me, Dennis?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Okay, so you're on now, and you will be. Can the councillors hear Mr. McManus?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So you have 5 minutes, Mr. McManus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for giving me the opportunity to talk to you briefly on this matter. I'm speaking to agenda item 12.2, which is the proposed heritage listing of Aitken Road in Bowral. Some of you will know me. My name is Dennis McManus, and prior to retiring, I was a New South Wales State Government Town Planner for 15 years, and then 5 years with the Heritage Office. In the last 9 years, I've been on the Council's Heritage Advisory Committee as the community rep, and I'm here today to represent that committee. Mr. Mayor, earlier this year, the Council's 62-page advertised proposal for a new Aitken Road Heritage Conservation Area consisting of 3 houses within the area was very much welcomed and supported by the Heritage Committee. It came as a surprise to many in Bowral, and I'm sure many in the council itself, that this beautiful area of Bowral had not been listed before. And I'm talking about the houses and the street and the gardens. To a large extent, the heritage values in the streetscape of this area embody all the attributes that residents and visitors alike admire and wish to preserve in Bowral and the Highlands generally. The proposed listing now provides an informed framework for council to adequately assess new development proposals to ensure the continued integrity of this area. I wish to make a comment here about the excellent work by the council officers and with the assistance of local residents, and especially the researchers Maureen and Townsend, who have provided a very credible case for the proposed heritage listing. The subdivision itself goes back to 1921, so it's the same year as the subdivision behind St Jude's Church and down to Bowral, down to Bradman Oval. It's the same era. It contained 30 lots, and it did run from Park Road near the high school through to Kangaroo Road. And because of its proximity to the new golf course, it was marketed as the Golf Links View Estate. At the Park Road end, 4 of the lots were later hived off to the high school, and on the other side of the road, 4 were bought by Annesley Girls' School, the Methodist school. That was a new school at that time. Mr. Mayor, the areas of urban beauty are seldom created by accident, and I think in this case, there certainly was no accident. There was a deliberate attempt to have Aitken Road as an above-average development. there was a requirement for large lots. Generally speaking, we're talking 2,000 square metres, half an acre. And there was a covenant on all of the lots that the houses had to be in value £500. Now, in 1921, convert that to today, we're talking close to $1 million. So it's quite high value. 3 of the houses, they're called Glenfane, Grantham and Barkford, and they are on the eastern side of Oakland Road, were built by Alf Stevens and Sons, and Grantham itself became the home of Alf Stevens. Just a little sideline, I know we often talk about Donald Bradman, but in the case of Grantham, there is connection with Bradman because Stevens built a cricket pitch which was used by Don Bradman when he was very young. That same house, by the way, later became home to Ted Springer, who many of you will know, a local businessman and philanthropist. Now, Mr. Mayor, while the name Alf Stevens and Son is well known to many, and I'm sure many of your councils will hear this name over and over, it's only in the last year, with a publication of proper research by Maureen and Bud Tansing, that the significance of this firm to the Southern Highlands has been made abundantly clear. And we're talking about a period from the late 19th century into the time when Alf Stevens Jr. died. An extraordinary period. And although we think about the houses, he also built a lot of other things, including Barrel Courthouse. This is new to me. And also the large Robertson Hotel on Fountaindale Road, Robertson, a massive hotel, which is the subject of a separate DA before the council. Mr. Mayor, the Heritage Committee congratulates the council for taking action on this particular area, which is clearly significant. All members of the Heritage Committee support the notion of motion in 12.2, and we strongly recommend the endorsement. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation, and I do thank you and the council for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. McManus, and you timed that impeccably, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now go back
We're going to call her.
Now, we are going to call, there will be a little delay. We are calling Ms. Wilmot, so she will be addressing council the same way as Dennis McManus. So there will be just a short time delay.
Hello there.
Hello, Ms. Wilmot.
Yes.
Duncan Gare speaking. You are on the live stream now, and you are addressing the housing strategy 12.1. You have the floor, and your 5 minutes as of now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for giving me an opportunity to speak. I speak in favour of the proposal in regards to Robertson. I am a resident of Robertson, and I'm also a member of the Robertson Futures Group, who have been concerning themselves for some time with the problems associated with lack of housing diversity in Robertson. So I'm very pleased to see that in your planning priority 1, you lay out as part of your philosophy of how the area should be developed, and with particular reference to Bundanon and Robertson, that you are pushing for infill of the housing area, diversity of housing choices, and equal access to all the different types of housing. In regards to the situation in Robertson, as Tim Hewitt pointed out, there were a great many submissions, really, quite a large number of submissions from the Robertson residents. The situation for us with challenges to our commercial area, problems with maintaining sufficient population to support things like a local school, like the doctor and pharmacy, and insufficient answer to our regular shopping needs. We're a little confused by the different ways in which you have dealt with the Robertson situation. Very pleased to see that the Greenfield site on the east side of Robertson is to be considered, but not in the immediate future. And also pleased that our requests for council to seriously consider other ways of developing the population in Robertson can be achieved with infill housing and so on. We are saddled with an old ruling that left us with very large building blocks around the town, and so the population has become spread out. Now, as you have noted in your proposals for this area, we need to have a much more condensed population. It certainly needs to grow, but in a way that is sympathetic to the character of the local area. And the best way to do that will be to consider how infill housing can be achieved. And we most certainly are with you on that and would be very willing to join you in discussing the ways in which that could be achieved. We hope that you really will be buying into the policy that you have laid out before us, because it's very encouraging, and for a long while we have felt that we might be subjected to another development on the outskirts of our town, which doesn't do anything to increase the amenity, the walkability, those things which are terribly important to what's clearly identified as an ageing population. So Robertson Futures Group and myself quite personally are pleased to see that you are thinking and planning forward to creating the kinds of housing that we see is desperately needed in Robertson and of course in other parts as well. We do want to be involved in any discussions that look at defining the character of the town, because that is also part of it. Making sure that development is sympathetic to the qualities of the place we live in that we care about so much. So this is a statement in support of what you've put forward. Also a question mark over quite why so much detail was given in the plan to the new development, considering that's not going ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Wilmot. You're up for 5 minutes, but thank you very much for your presentation, and hopefully everything's good out in Robertson this afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
We now move on to 18.3. It's in relation to a notice of motion, Shire Bike Strategy, and Mr. Nicholas Dyer will address council in support of the recommendation. Are you there, Mr. Dyer? He's coming in now, councillor, so again, it will take a couple of minutes to get him on stream. We have visual. Okay, can you hear us now, Mr. Dyer? No, still can't.
Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. You have 5 minutes to address council in relation to item 18.3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My name's Nick Dyer. I'm speaking in favour of Councillor Turlin's notice of motion he has up later on. I am in fact the proponent that he mentions in his notice of motion. Do you have a slide up in front of you? Can we?
Yes, there is a slide on, should be on everyone's screen.
Okay, so the first slide you have in front of you, and I can't point obviously, so I've numbered it. If you look at point number 1, that's council's existing bike track, which is one of the most popular facilities in the community, which goes down from Burradoo to the Wingecarribee River. Now, across where number 2 is the proposed bike track, which has been on a line on the map for the last 12 years since 2008, when you adopted your strategy. So we go to the next slide, please. Now, hopefully, if the housing strategy is approved, council will pick up 2 to 2.5 kilometres of bike track along the river identified there. Now, I need to declare an interest here. I am a landowner up around the area marked number 1. Now, I have a proposal to continue the bike track along the Wingecarribee River from East Bowral through to Sprouse Lane. So the next slide, please. So in 2016, council updated its bicycle strategy, and the middle paragraph here is the key. The focus of the draft Stage 2 bicycle strategy was to identify a proposed network that will promote connectivity between Wingecarribee's rural towns and villages. So if you click to the next slide, please. We've got Stage 1, which was put on the map 12 odd years ago. I'm proposing that we continue that for another 2.5 to 3 kilometres through to Sprouse Lane. Now, the only way to get connectivity from Bowral towards the east is to continue that bike track along the river. So the next slide, please. So once you get to Sprouse Lane, it's approximately 4 kilometres along Sprouse Lane from where the road crosses the river to the end of Sprouse Lane. So the next slide, please. So anyone who doesn't know Sprouse Lane or hasn't been there recently, it's one of the nicest places in the Highlands. There's a picture of it there on the screen. It's flat, it's tarred, it has very low traffic flow, but most importantly, you'd let your kids happily ride their bikes along here if it was part of a cycle network. So the next slide, please. Towards the end, Sprouse Lane becomes gravel, and you can see the turning circle or cul-de-sac where it finishes. So the next slide, please. Now, I've had to change maps here so you can see the lot and DP and the boundary of each property, but the circle up in the top left-hand corner of the screen is the end of Sprouse Lane, but you'll see that the road reserve continues through. So my proposal is that we continue the bike track down along the road reserve, which council owns. Then you head east to where the 2 yellow lines are. Now, to be fair, this is the missing link in my whole proposal, but it's about 600 metres. Heading further east to where you can see the numbers 3, this is Kalwarra. This is owned by council. For those who don't know what Kalwarra is, this is the downstream component of the Robertson Sewage Works. And then you head across to 4, which is Sheepwash Road. So the next slide, please. So this is the entrance to Kalwarra off Sheepwash Road. So basically, to get to this point, we've got an extra 3 kilometres of bike track along the Wingecarribee River to Sprouse Lane, approximately 4 kilometres along Sprouse Lane, and a link between Sprouse Lane and Sheepwash Road. So the next slide, please. So we're back to 4 on the map. We cross the road at the top of 4 and you're onto Old Sheepwash Road. So obviously before the dam was built, Sheepwash Road, you can see it's still underwater there. So the next slide, please. So we get to this point here and we've picked up approximately 11 to 12 kilometres of bike track, some of which is constructed, but the main point is there are 2, with the exception of that 600 metres, there are 2 landowners. And that's the big issue, is how council accumulates the land. The 2 landowners, the council is one, being the landowner of the various road reserves and Kalwarra, and I am the other. So in terms of putting together a simple, straightforward project, this would be very easy.
Okay, Nick, Mr. Dwyer, you have run out of time, I'm afraid.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how much longer, but we can't give you any extra time, I'm sorry.
No, I shrunk a 20-minute presentation down to 5 and I didn't get very far. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dyer.
Questions?
No questions. It's a public forum. No questions. And welcome, Councillor Halstead. I did note you there a few minutes ago or 10 minutes ago and didn't acknowledge. So welcome to the meeting. We now move on to visitor item in relation to 9.1. And Mr. Alan Robson will address council in relation to against the proposal. It's in relation to the development application for dual occupancy in Sir James Fairfax Circuit. So are you there, Mr. Robson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so you've been told you've been involved in this for many years, Mr. Robertson. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Mayor and councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you this afternoon. The development of the residential subdivision on the western portion of Retford Park has been a matter of discussion between the late James Fairfax, me, the councillors and council executives for many years. You recall that on the 4th of December 2008, Mr. Mayor, James invited his councillors and senior council executives to Retford Park, and you were there. And that evening he outlined his plans for the gifting of Retford Park heritage site, including the mansion, to a trust for the benefit of the Southern Highlands area and future generations of Australians. He also outlined his plans for the subdivision and sale of land to the east and west of the Retford Park mansion, outside of the defined heritage area, and advised that a substantial part of the net proceeds of the sale would be used to set up a trust fund so that the trust which received the property would have income from those funds to assist in paying the expenses of maintaining the property into the future. I note that from that time, a majority of councillors have been very supportive of this endeavour, and I thank you all for that support. The house was indeed gifted to the National Trust of Australia in 2016, and a sum of $10 million has been gifted to a trust within the National Trust. And the income from that sum is being applied to assist in meeting the cost of running and maintaining Retford Park. The residential land has been subdivided and sold. Mr. Fairfax then, and for the rest of his life, wished that the buildings in the residential subdivision would be appropriate neighbours for the historic mansion. To this end, he caused building guidelines to be developed for the houses to be built to the west of Retford Park. The ones to the east are significantly further away from the main house. But all purchasers of land in the west have agreed to be bound by those guidelines. And when a lot is sold, to a second or third purchaser, a condition of each sale is that the new purchaser also formally agrees to abide by the guidelines. Mr. Fairfax believed that that should be sufficient to ensure that the guidelines were followed in respect of every building on every lot in that subdivision. Every purchaser of land at Retford Park has signed an agreement to be bound by the guidelines and has built accordingly. However, we have this proposed subdivision of 30 Sir James Fairfax Circuit, which is clearly contrary to those guidelines. The current owner of that lot has signed the agreement to abide by the guidelines, but claims not to be bound by the agreement. The developer's arguments are set out in the council's papers, and we, through Hickson's letter of the 14th of May, have responded. But I'd be grateful if you could review that letter again when considering this current application. Every other purchaser, apart from this one, who have signed that agreement, has abided by the conditions of it. We are exceedingly disappointed by the attitude of this owner. Mr. Fairfax had the vision of gifting this very valuable property with great heritage significance so that future generations could visit the Southern Highlands and the property to see how it was used and lived in. He wished it to be in a setting of quality homes on relatively large lots, all of them in excess of 1,000 square metres. Mr. Fairfax Estate will gain no monetary advantage from having this application refused, but nonetheless feels an obligation to Mr. Fairfax, to the National Trust, and all the other purchasers of land in this area to seek to enforce those design guidelines which do not permit lots of less than 1,000 square metres to be built upon. It seems to us that the owner of this property seeks to increase its value, that's the property value, by this improper subdivision, even though that will lead to the values of other properties in the subdivision being diminished because of these proposed smaller lot sizes. The developer may try to argue that according to legal technicalities, the council cannot force him to abide by the agreement, like as all the other property owners at Retford Park who have signed this deed are. But this ignores an essential element of equity and public interest. The fact that all other property owners at Retford Park have, by written deed, agreed to create a community as envisaged by the guidelines, mean that there is an established amenity in the area and an expectation on the part of all property owners that all developments comply with the guidelines. To approve this non-complying proposal is to be complicit in a breach of public trust, precisely the opposite of what Mr. Fairfax desired for the estate. Councillors, you have rejected this application or one very similar to it 3 times already. And we ask, for the sake of the other residents on the estate and the National Trust and future generations of Australians who will come to visit Retford Park, that this request for dual occupancy and subdivision of number 40 Sir James Fairfax Circuit be denied.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson, and we'll take questions as it's a visitor item. Mr. Councillor McLaughlin, you have your hand up first. You muted yourself, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Look, just with regard to this subdivision, we do hear that there is a property that does have a granny flat. Can you explain the difference between a subdivision and what has been already allowed on this development, please?
Yes, the under the guidelines, if I may, Mr. Mayor, under the guidelines as set out, it is possible that they did envisage that there would be some situations where it was desirable for another family member or similar to live as part of the building, and a dual occupancy was permitted, provided that the second occupancy was in the same building,
right,
and of a smaller size.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Halstead, then Councillor Scanlon.
I would ask this in the form of a question to the gentleman in question. It's, I would hold the view that the agreement is one thing, but would you agree with me that, or agree with the general philosophy that it would have been much wiser to have had some sort of schedule put inside the LEP, which would have then prevented it? Because as it stands at the moment, there's a problem, as you know.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, well, in hindsight, Councillor Halstead, that's absolutely right. But our legal advice at the time did not mention that. And so we are where we are. We're trying to maintain our promise to all the other purchasers, and also to the National Trust of keeping the integrity of this development intact. It is, as I mentioned just a little while ago, because everyone has agreed to create this community as envisaged by the guidelines, there is an established amenity in the area, and we ask the council to recognise that and allow us to maintain that situation, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. And Councillor Scanlon, then Councillor Turlin.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I follow with what interest what Councillor Halstead asked, because that would have been a section 88E. But I want to ask you about the reasons, just an expansion on the reasons why the estate is opposed to this. I'll just quote from the last decision that council made, and I want you to comment on that if you don't mind. And the reasons were bulk and scale of the development, out of character with the surrounding development, not in the public interest, inconsistent with the aims and objectives of the design review panel and original developer of the subdivision, increased traffic flow, which is inconsistent with the amenity of the area, setting a precedent with all corner blocks in the estate, and inconsistent with the aims of the original subdivision and the contract for purchasing. Could I have your comments on those?
It's a lot to remember, councillor. But let me deal with the amenity of the area first of all, because that's what Mr. Fairfax sought to create, was that there would be a graciousness about this area that was featured in having houses with certain design features, and also having good space around the house, so that the smallest lot is 1,000 square metres, and that establishes a graciousness and style for the area that he felt was very important. On the other issues are ones nominated by the council. I don't think I wish to add anything to that. I think the critical thing is to maintain the graciousness and style of the area, and to protect the property's values of all the other owners in the area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Councillor Turner. You've muted yourself, Councillor Turner.
2 weeks ago, at the council meeting on the 10th of June, and DA's approved item 7320, Sir James Fairfax Circuit, lot 431, dual occupancy approved in council for 201 days, 237 days. It was approved on the 25th of the 5th, 2020. Are you aware of that particular dual occupancy that was approved?
Mr. Robinson.
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Mayor. I can't remember the name, but our design panel felt that all of that, there was just one building in that case, and we felt or the design panel felt that did comply with the granny flat, if you like it, definition that I referred to earlier, that one house was larger than the other house. They were all in one building, and that was in compliance with the design guidelines. This is not that. This is two separate buildings on what would eventually be two separate and much smaller lots.
But you're aware that the SEP, government SEP and council's LEP allows for a subdivision on a 1,000 square metre corner lot. That's our standard. That's the government standard.
Well, I'm aware now, yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't at the time.
Yeah, and that's the shame, is that it's been...
No comments. Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Robinson? No? Then thank you very much, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Now we'll go while Mr. Robinson is being moved away. We'll ask Mr. Lee, Scott Lee, to join the meeting and speak in favour of the recommendation. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we'll go while Mr. Robinson is being moved away. We'll ask Mr. Lee, Scott Lee, to join the meeting and speak in favour of the recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you, councillors.
Mr. Lee, we've got a technical issue. I have to ask you to.
Mr. Lee, if you're watching the live stream in the background, can you just cancel that for us, please?
Can you hear me?
If you're on a time delay. Right.
Is that?
That is better. So
My apologies.
We'll recommence. We'll start rewind. Okay, over to you, Mr.
Okay.
Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors. I'm speaking on behalf of the property owner and the applicant, Mr. Paul Zamilski. As already mentioned, this is the fourth time council planning staff have recommended approval for this proposed development. 2 reports on DA 19/1645 and a further 2 reports under DA 20/0720, which is basically the same proposal. On all 4 occasions, the assessment officers have been conclusively in favour of the DA. The simple reason is because it's worthy of that support. It is permissible development, it is compliant development, it is suitable to its location and to the site conditions, and it is consistent with the character of the locality. I'll repeat that, it is consistent with the character of the locality. It's not even unusual, noting that only last month, council approved another dual occupancy within the estate. It's the one I believe that Councillor Turlin mentioned, DA 20/0385, James Fairfax Drive. That proposal, like this one, complied with the planning controls, so it was approved. There is another on Warwick Close. Also, it is assumed compliant with the planning controls because it was approved. Council has previously been concerned with precedent. Whether or not approving this application will lead to further dual occupancies is really a moot point. All applicants simply expect that their applications will be dealt with on their merits and judged against the planning controls that apply at the time. Approving this DA is simply not a precedent forcing council to approve other applications in the future, any more than it guarantees other applications to actually come forward. There may not be any. Despite councillors' previous decisions not to support the DA, we do remain optimistic that an approval granted by council will be forthcoming today. And that is most definitely the preferred outcome, as it always has been. It would enable the discontinuation of the current Land Environment Court action that my client has reluctantly been forced into in order to preserve his appeal rights within the statutory time limits that are set for an appeal of this nature. And that's the appeal against council's refusal of the original DA 19/1645. The councillors have previously raised concerns in relation to the Retford Park estate and the obligations of my client around the associated design guidelines. I can only repeat what has been said before. My client believes that he's satisfied his obligations. These guidelines, by the way, explicitly refer back to council's DCP. They have never been a substitute for or never attempted to override the council DCP. The success of the guidelines in producing an attractive and coherent outcome at Retford Park is debatable, but to suggest that this DA detracts from the heritage value of Retford Park is not substantiated in any way by any evidence. In any event, council needs to make its decision based on the relevant planning controls, and 4 consecutive reports recommending approval would appear, at least to most observers, to provide all you need in order to approve the DA. On the basis of the information contained within the planner's report, which is consistent with the 3 previous reports, the DA should be approved. We would be grateful if that is the decision of the council today. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lee, do we have any questions to Mr. Lee? Councillor Halstead, then Councillor Turl.
So Mr. Lee, you would agree with me that if one looks at clause 7.2 of the LEP, it's pretty clear that the difference between the dual occupancy proposed here and the dual occupancy referred to in another location or possibly two other locations is that this one's up for subdivision and again can be done in accordance with the LEP, forgetting all about the DCP, which while there's reference in there to with or without subdivision, that's the essential difference, isn't it, in terms of why this is being looked at differently.
Councillor Halstead, yeah, you're correct. It is different and it seeks to use a particular provision of the local environmental plan, but it doesn't change the fact that it's permissible and certainly doesn't change the fact that it's compliant with those provisions.
I'm well aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Councillor Turlin.
So it would seem that subdivisions, as we know, can only go ahead on a corner block.
That's the provision of clause 7.2 of the LEP.
That's right. But you can build a dual occupancy anywhere within this area of Fairfax Estate.
Well, dual occupancy is a permissible development in the zone, yes.
Yeah, I understand that. So it seems to be a technical point only that's been failed by the developer by not putting an 88E instrument in to stop any development being subdivided on a corner block.
Well, maybe that's the an oversight by the developer. I mean, it would have been also within council's purview or their ability to have avoided the possibility of such applications by not having corner blocks more than 1,000 square metres. That wasn't done. So from day one, I suppose, with the subdivision and those lots, there was always a possibility of an application coming forward of this nature. And that's what you're dealing with, something that's permissible. We then turn to the merits and the 4 reports support the merits.
But a dual occupancy can be granted.
Yes, it's permissible development, yes.
Question?
No more at the moment. Councillor McLaughlin, then Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lee, do you know if your client signed the agreement that he would abide by the covenants that were Mr. Fairfax had put in place for this development?
Like when I said in my remarks, my understanding is that my client believes that he's satisfied his obligations in that respect.
So he did sign.
I'm a planning consultant. I am not his property lawyer.
No, I know, but he did sign them. Thank you. That's all.
We're making statements. Been answered.
Thank you.
Councillor Scandrett.
Well, that was my question too. So look forward to
good question.
I believe that's been answered previously by Mr. Samulski when he has presented to council previously on that matter. And I don't believe he's changed his position.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Any other further questions? Then we will leave it there. Thank you, Mr. No, we've got questions. No, we've had questions.
Moving a motion.
No. Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Good try. We have to have an introduction, please. And if this is because this is controversial, I think council might need a refresher course. So, Mr. Milton, if you're available.
The Chair, the purpose of this report is to consider a section 8.2 review, which seeks development consent for the purposes of a detached dual occupancy and also a 2-lot subdivision at 40 Sir Fairfax James Circuit in Barrow. Council recall there's been 3 separate applications for this development, which were considered at the meeting of the 9th of October 2019. Also on the 27th of November 2019, also the 11th of March 2020. Where council resolved to determine the applications by way of refusal and provided a number of reasons, more importantly citing issues associated with bulk and scale, character, and also issues with the subdivision design. All 3 separate applications, including 2 DAs and a section 8.2 review, are all in exactly the same format that was refused by full council originally. The land is zoned R2 residential and dual occupancies are permitted with the development consent of council within the zone, and subdivisions associated with approved dual occupancies are permitted in accordance with clause 7.2 of the LEP. The site does occupy an area of approximately 1,000 square metres. It's gently sloping towards the rear of the site. The building topology throughout the Redford Park is primarily single residential dwellings, and the development is compliant in terms of both LEP and also DCP controls. The development application was neighbour notified, where there was 8 submissions that were received during the notification period, with a petition also containing 90 signatories. Those submissions included objections based on minimum lot sizes, compliance with the LEP and DCP controls, neighbourhood character and amenity, covenants, and also overshadowing. Response to those issues have been raised and have been responded to on pages 22 to 25 of the report this evening. Whilst the proposal is compliant in terms of statutory controls, in relation to the development, council staff understand that the development has not received approval from the design review panel, which is a requirement of the section 88B instrument that applies to the site. This, however, is not a consideration of the assessment process and is a separate matter between the developer and also the owner of the land. Accordingly, council staff have recommended approval subject to conditions of exclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Wilton, and Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wilton, if the 88B instrument that you just mentioned had been not by the landowner but been on council's record, then we wouldn't have that problem. Is this correct, that there would only be one building allowed and no subdivision?
Thank you.
Through the chair, that's a matter for the developer and also for the applicant to resolve. But at the end of the day, there was a section 88B instrument that was placed on the land, which required certain design guidelines to be complied with, and the design review panel was required to approve any such design before being submitted to council. If an 88E instrument was placed over the land, which is a public positive covenant prior to the sale of those lots, essentially the LEP provision that suspends covenants would not apply, and therefore would not be able to be lodged or submitted with council.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Right, thank you, councillors. Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes, I'd like to move a recommendation, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remove option 2, please. If I have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Seconded, Councillor Scandridge. So option 2, can you read it out, please, Councillor McLaughlin?
Oh, okay. Yep, I'll read it out. I think you know what it'll be, but I'll read it out. Hang on, I'll just find it.
And I'll foreshadow a motion.
Okay, it'll be, what is your foreshadow motion, Councillor Turlman?
I'll just get to it as Councillor McLaughlin is. It'll be to approve the development as we've done, as recommended in the agenda.
Okay, so as that's a direct negative, it
Well,
will
it's
be
foreshadowed.
motion arising, foreshadow.
Foreshadowed motion. That's it.
Okay. Okay. The motion, option 2 says that council determined that the 8.2 review determination application 200720 by refusing the consent and specifies the reasons for its determination. And those reasons, I think, are there.
We have a second, that was Councillor Scandridge, is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to suggest the reasons.
No, please. Councillor McLaughlin, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Look, we've heard from Mr. Robertson. I thought 3 times proved this, councillors. We're standing up for our community. Just because things are allowable doesn't necessarily mean that they need to be approved. Now, okay, we've heard in hindsight from Mr. Robinson that if their legal people had suggested they'd put an 88B on there, we wouldn't have had this kerfuffle. Okay, they made a mistake. But we know the intention of Mr. Fairfax and his intention to provide a quality subdivision with regard to his contribution to this Shire in donating that property to the National Trust and to this community. We have a lot of subdivisions in the Shire where you can buy at a different price range. This was to be a premier subdivision on that estate. And to see it subdivided with 2 houses smacks in the face of the intent of what Mr. Fairfax wanted. Now, Mr. Robertson has known Mr. Fairfax for a long, long time and knew what his desires were. I think for council to stand on, and we understand that our planners have got to go by our LEP. and I'm one that always stands up for the planning proposals. But in this case, because of an omission by the Fairfax legal people of not providing an 88E, we are in this situation. There is a perfect opportunity for this developer to build a nice house on that property without trying to double his money and doing a subdivision. So is my time, this time's expired, has it? Thank you. I couldn't hear the bell. Is that enough?
Yep, you've done. Speaker, another speaker, please. No speakers. Councillor Taylor.
Look, the issue there's 4 or 3 past dual occupancies approved on this subdivision already. We know that for a fact, dual occupancies. The issue here, it would seem that it's on a corner block and it can be subdivided to comply with the rules that are out in the LEP and the state guidelines and the DCP. What we've got is a situation where each one of the other dual occupancies can be strated, which is the same as a subdivision. You own a strata, you own the building you live in. So the issue is it attached or not attached seems to be the biggest issue. But it would seem that the documents that I've been provided, we've all been provided before, was that the estate wrote to Mr. Samosky and said to him, it's up for council to approve the subdivision, and they make no comment on the subdivision until it's approved. And so that's the understanding in the documents that's been provided to us over the last 3 occasions. And so he's done that. It's been approved by council as a request from the estate. If it can be subdivided, come back and talk to us. Now, he did all that, so it's been done. It is going to be subdivided. And in theory, you can't subdivide a property that's adjoined together. They have to be separated to comply with the BCA rules. So he's done everything that's been asked by, in theory, the estate. If you can get the subdivision approved, come back and talk to us. And he's done that, and he's lodged a DA. And the other thing is, if you look at the amount of properties that are on corner lots, by memory, when the objectors came the last 2 times, or last time, they mentioned there was only 3 or 4 corner blocks left that could even be thought of being subdivided at a later date. So the subdivision is nearly complete in the sense of houses that have been built and finished. And it doesn't mean that somebody who buys that corner block that might not be built on yet, they might not want to do a dual occupancy, and they might just build a big home and comply with what Mr. Robertson and the estate requests. So at the moment, we're in a situation that it's not council's fault that the developer failed in his legal attorneys to put an 88E instrument on it, which then would not allow this to happen where it is. At the moment, it is allowed, it has been approved, and it will go through, I believe, if we end up in the court, it will cost the council and the community money, because it's not his fault that the developer and the legal team didn't put the right restrictions on the title, if that's what he really wanted. But there is already 4 or 3 other dual occupancies on this estate now. Already 3 have been completed, and this is the one, well, not completed, but 3 have been approved, and this is the last one that's in front of you.
Councillor Scandrett, I want somebody to speak in again, so that's you, Councillor Scandrett, then Councillor Halstead and Councillor Nelson. Councillor Scandrett.
Well, I am the seconder of the motion from Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Turland's not quite correct. There are 18 corners that have been identified in there that are vulnerable to this type of approach. I actually have no problem with the other dual occupancy that have been approved, because they're all the single building with a larger and a smaller component, and they fit the site rules that we have seen from Fairfax Estate, Redford Park. The problem here is that all the other owners in the estate have bought into that estate on those design guidelines, and they've accepted them by signing them. And we've heard today that the applicant has also signed them. So they're losing amenity, right? This is, the expectations they had were single dwellings all around the estate with the appropriate setbacks and design guidelines and features. It's a very nice style there. But of course, suddenly you've got a detached dwelling on a separate lot proposal, not one building, a separate lot with separate detached dwellings. And they're both of similar size. So it's quite at odds with what the original vision, which was extensively consulted with council and the planners and the community. So Councillor McLaughlin, I would suggest we might, with your permission, add to number 8 to there, and that is the loss of amenity to all other owners in the estate, if you're happy with that. I think that's a thumbs up, is it?
Happy to accept. Yep, yeah, happy to accept that.
Okay, so let's get that wording right. 8 will be loss of amenity to all other owners of land within the estate.
Yes.
Okay, so that's going up. Councillor Standard, you continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's all other owners of the land within the estate. I mean, it's the design guidelines. We know that. It's what they set out to do. And you could mention design guidelines there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Halstead, you're speaking against?
I'm not too sure what I'm doing at the moment, Mr. Mayor, so I don't want to be pinpointed by Councillor Scandred either, because he comes up with all sorts of suggestions about what the solution might be in terms of, you know, it's an 88B. Well, it may not be what I was talking about. I'm concerned, first of all, that if this goes to court, council will lose. I've got no doubt about that, because the problem is that the council is confronted with clause 7.2 of the LEP, which is very, very clear, Mr. Mayor, and it permits the subdivision of a corner block, providing it was originally 1,000 square metres. Now, the essential difference between this and all the others is the others are one building or two buildings, or could be two buildings, but it's whether it's going to be subdivided or not. Now, Councillor Turlin's talked about strata subdivision of the ones that are fixed building or the one building and what have you, but what we've got to be careful of is that the application is put before the council complies with 7.2 of the LEP, and therefore, if one looks at the DCP provisions, which I'm not a big fan of DCPs because they're guides only, it makes reference to obviously the clause 7.2, or effectively does, from the LEP, and talks about, again, just confirms this business about the subdivisibility of the 1,000 square metre block. I am very concerned about the fact that ultimately this will go to court, or it's in the court now, and I've got little doubt whatsoever that it's going to be approved by the court. So the big problem is that that the powers to be at that time, those that did the subdivision, didn't think quite enough about it, and I'm sure they were advised by legal people or planners maybe, I'm not too sure. But the other thing I will be doing is moving for the deletion of 7.2 out of our LEP, and I know that can be done. I know the planners will jump up and down and say it's a standard document. Not so. I've looked at 7 other council areas that do not have the equivalent of that in their LEP. So, you know, to talk about a standard format or a standard template is one thing, but this is clearly something that this Shire does not want. Now, no matter who you talk to, if you've got an elite subdivision, people don't then suddenly want to find that there's a block of land that's divided somehow that becomes half of that. I mean, we went through this process over there in the Kings Road, Church Road area. What an abysmal state of affairs that was, sitting in a so-called standard template. So I'm not too sure what I'm going to do at the moment, but I'm more prone to approving it because I know it's going to be approved by the court.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. Do we have a speaker in favour? Okay, then if that be the case, Councillor Andrews.
Unmute.
Councillor Andrews, unmute yourself.
It's good.
You're good to go.
There is a ring.
No, hang on.
How's that?
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking against. Is that okay if I proceed, or you?
No, you haven't spoken in relation to this item as far as I'm aware, so you have the floor.
This is the 4th go now fellow councillors that Mr. Samolsky is coming back with, and he's changed this development many times as far as height, etc., from its onset. He shouldn't be punished for an oversight of the developer or whoever back at the commencement of this development. It clearly is permissible. Everyone, the staff on 4 different occasions, way back from 2019, it's permissible in all facets. It complies. It should be able to go forward. It's all very well to argue that, we don't particularly agree with the design concept or the form of this building. It complies. It's permissible. It should be allowed to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Any other councillor? Councillor Nelson. You've muted yourself, Councillor Nelson. No, you're still muted.
How's that?
That's better.
Okay. Well, I'll be voting against the motion and for the foreshadowed motion. But I do have reservations. I agree that the development is out of character. I agree that it's not in the public interest. I agree that it's inconsistent with the aims and the objectives of the design review panel. And I agree with the aims of the original subdivision and contract for the purchase of the land, again, because the developer got the agreement wrong. Because only one house should be built in each block. You'd think I'd be voting for the motion. However, Mr. Mayor, as it stands and it's been said, that the proposed development complies. And Mr. Lee makes valid argument in the report, and the applicant's case, I believe, would win in the Land and Environment Court and cost council thousands of ratepayers' dollars. And that's the reason why I'm voting in against the motion in favour of the foreshadowed motion. I'm just trying to be consistent with the way I vote in all these types of matters, Mr. Mayor, as I did with the Coalvale matter that was very contentious. I completely understand with why other councillors are voting to refuse the application, but I've seen too much money wasted in fighting in the Land and Environment Court, and so I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other speakers? Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be voting along with the motion. Again, I think it's a question of conscience and good faith. We remember when this proposal for the subdivision of Renwick came along, and we remember the conversations, many of us anyway do, the conversations we had with the estate of James Fairfax, and indeed James Fairfax himself. And it was quite clear that he had a vision for that site. And there were some who were a little bit concerned about the subdivision itself, but we did ask of Mr. Fairfax what was in it for the community. And he gave his word based on integrity that he would bequeath the homestead to the community, which he did. And I think that it really is important to remember those things in terms of what the vision was. And as I said, in terms of respecting the values and good faith and the integrity of those decisions that were made at the time. Now, if people move into a subdivision and they do sign an agreement to abide by those conditions in good faith, I question the process of backflipping on that agreement. And I think it comes down to that. Sometimes, councillors, we have to stand on principle. And it's quite clear that if you buy into an estate like this, there are certain expectations. Otherwise, you don't buy into the estate. And I think it's just clearly and simply a question of conscience. And I think we need to do that and be honest with ourselves and support those residents who bought into the estate in good faith. So I'll be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Before you have the right of reply, Councillor Lachlan, I'll be supporting the foreshadowed motion. I believe what has been pointed out by councillors Nelson, Turl, all other speakers, councillor Halstead and Andrews, the horse is bolted. The problem is that we pointed out there was an afterthought by the developers that the should have been, and they admit there should have been an 88B instrument put in the contract. It wasn't. So the applicant has submitted a application to council which meets the cleaning requirements, and that's what we are arguing. Does it meet our cleaning requirements? And yes, it does. I agree with the other speakers against the thoughts of the reasoning and principles, and as has been pointed out in his address. But in the court of law, I have this distinct feeling the court of law is on the law side. Does it meet planning requirements? Yes, it does. Should it be there? Well, councillor Halstead's got the moot point. It's in the LEP. The only way to do it is to change the LEP. Whether that can be done, I don't know. But all that besides, councillor McLaughlin, you have the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listen, just before I do that, I'd like to add point 9 to this motion, which should say the applicant has agreed to the design guidelines. I think that's important. The applicant agreed to the design guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If that could go with my seconders' support, if that's correct.
Again, it's a moot point, but whether that carries any weight, I would suggest that would be argued in court. But
well, it doesn't. I can do the numbers, Mr. Mayor, and I can see that, and I'm very disappointed.
Your motion.
You can be disappointed all you like.
It could be a little bit controversial to be put in there. So I'm asking
well,
you.
Well, it's a fact. It's a fact. He signed to the design guidelines, and I think that's very important.
As I said, it's your motion.
Okay.
Right.
I'm putting it in there.
Yeah, right.
Agreed.
Look, councillors and Councillor Nelson and Councillor Halstead, look, you know, there are another like 18 corner blocks. We know that one house generates about 7 car movements a day. You multiply that out, and that means nearly over about 115 extra car movements. You don't think that's going to have a consequence on this development? You think people are going to buy corner blocks and just build one house? Of course they're not, if they can double their money, you know, and build 2 houses. We are undermining the integrity of what Mr. Fairfax tried to do. Okay, we might get done in the court, but guess what? We've been joined in the court by Mr. Fairfax and very good barristers to fight this. And I think we have a good chance in the court to win this. So councillors, Councillor Nelson, please think about it. You've given all the good reasons why you should be supporting this. I mean, I know you're concerned about the community's money, but sometimes, as Councillor Whipper said, you've got to stand on your principle. These people bought into this state on good faith, signed the document like everyone did. They've all complied. Bar this gentleman that wants to, and it's 4 times he's been back to do this. 3 times we've said no. And I think we could continue with that. We should stand where we've been before on this, because it is just going to, one of those we had 90 objections, councillors, 90, not 9, 90 objections to this. So, I mean, think very carefully before you vote on this, because this is winnable in the court, I believe. And believe me, if you support this tonight, it mightn't even go to the court. He might decide it's not worth his trouble. So, councillors, reconsider. Just because it's going to court, don't let that, you know, stop you from voting the way we should vote on this, and that is to refuse it. and to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor McLaughlin. Passionate right of reply.
Oh, you know, come on, councillors. It's
Oh,
bloody
turn it up.
ridiculous.
Thank you, thank you. I put the recommendation. All those in favour of the recommendation, please raise your hand. Councillors McLaughlin, Scandrett, Whipper and Halstead, 4. Those against? Councillors Turlin, Andrews, and
Saved by the bell, Mr Mayor, saved by the bell.
Oh, they're doing a fire test.
That was me, McLaughlin.
Excuse me, so we have a tied vote. I will put my vote against the motion.
I'll be moving a rescission motion, Mr Mayor.
Declare the motion lost. Councillor Turlin.
Disgraceful.
Can we move the rescission motion now?
No, you're.
Yes, we can.
You're foreshadowed a motion.
Yes, we can.
You have to have it in writing first.
I'll be waiting for Councillor Gordon Markwood to return to the chamber. Thank you.
You can't. You've mentioned a rescission motion. I'm asking.
I
it to
haven't
be
signed
put-
anything
put-
yet.
I've been asked. I'm asking it to be put.
Excuse me, councillors. I am now asking for the motion as foreshadowed by councillor Turlin to come forward. Are you moving that, councillor Turlin?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Andrews. So there is a motion now before us that says that the recommendation is now the motion. Okay, are there any speakers either way?
Put the motion.
Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And look, I think Councillor McLaughlin's right on the money here, and that is that this may not be a clean-cut decision. If it goes to the court and the court looks at the history of this, 4 times it's been to council. That's there's volumes in my mind. I'm not a legal expert, though some in the chamber seem to be professing to be on this. I just think this is a very complicated point of law. I'm not having a shot at any of you councillors. I'm just saying we shouldn't be.
You are.
I'm not councillor. I'm just saying that we are shouldn't be trying to second guess a court. Now we've got to uphold the design principles there, as numerous councillors have said today, because it is very clear. No separate subdivision on blocks on this site. All buildings must be one piece. Now, that's very clear. And I think in court, we might end up with a very interesting debate because that design principle is not being followed here. I'm sad that we're succumbing to pressure, if you wish, of our cost argument out there when it's quite clear that the design principles have been agreed to by the applicant. That's the key point here. Now, the amenity loss of all of the other people in that estate by having 2 very small 500-metre blocks with large homes on them is not part of that design guideline. And yet the applicant has recognised that and signed that, but yet is doing different. Now, I think Councillor Halstead nailed it, actually. He said it's an elite subdivision. Yes, it is. People bought into that because they recognise the quality of the size of the blocks and the design guidelines that have been put in place by James Fairfax and his people, which have been followed. If you drive around there, people just say, this is a wonderful estate. It's not cheap by jowl. It's not designed at that market. It's designed at a market that wants space around them, amenity, air, and I guess they supported the fact that it was a large lot set. So a 500-metre subdivision doesn't work. Councillor Turlin, I'd be totally supporting if it was just an attached subdivision that met the various guidelines for the estate. We've already got some of those there. That is unarguable. But this is separate, subdivided lots. And therefore, yes, I'll be signing a rescission motion if it's put forward? Absolutely. So we go ahead on that basis, Mr. Mayor, with you having heard that there is going to be a rescission motion because the decision's not agreed to.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Councillors, we are going to keep just going around because nobody's going unless.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
A quick comment from me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Councillor, I want to speak up for.
I'm against. He was for.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Look, Mr. Mayor, as Councillor McLaughlin said, it's all about principle, and this decision I'm making tonight weighs very heavily on me. But
not heavy enough.
Once if the matter goes, if the applicant takes it to the Land and Environment Court, we will go down, no problem. And even if we did win, it would still cost us in the order of $80,000 to fight it. So either way, as soon as you go to the Land and Environment Court, you're losing money, and that's ratepayers' money. And I'm making a decision for all the ratepayers across the Shire. And as much as this decision is about the Fairfax subdivision, and it might be for 90 people up there, I'm voting for the rest of the Shire in this matter. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor, but that's why I'm sticking to my decision.
Thank you. Look, I'll take
the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Speaker for, then I'm putting the motion, okay? So Councillor McLaughlin, then Councillor Turland, I'm sorry. That's the way the debate will end up. We have a full business paper.
Yep, okay. Look, I'll be brief. Look, I don't think this will be the end of the matter. Look, we've been joined in the court on this by the Fairfax estate with regard to preserving, and I think that, you know, given that they probably should have taken this up further, at least they'll have on their books that council refused this 3 times and came very close to refusing it a 4th time, going down with a mayor's casting vote. I don't think that'll look very, very kindly on this development. And I'm hoping that they will spend the money to preserve the integrity of those ratepayers that will be paying rates in the Shire that don't want to see a Campbelltown type development in one of the more prestige areas in Bowral. So, you know, I don't think this is the end of it. And I certainly think that councillors should be aware that this may not be the end of it. And all those other blocks that are around in that estate are now open slather for anyone to do a subdivision.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Turland.
Well, Councillor McLaughlin, you seem to have missed the other property, dual occupancy in Fairfax Drive. You never picked up. You could have called that one up so we could actually see what it's all about. You seem to have...
But it's not 2 houses, it's 1 house.
Be quiet. You don't know that. I don't know that either. It's a dual occupancy in the last business paper that's been put forward to us.
Yeah, it's not subdivision.
Do you mind, Mr. McLaughlin? Do you mind? Now, as it is, we actually have other quality developments within the Shire. And I would think that Renwick was a very, very good quality development in the Shire with no restrictions and no trouble, and dual occupancies are on that particular properties and development. Darrabri, Moss Vale, same, no problem. Kumunji, Chelsea Gardens, I would think it'll be no problem. It'll be a quality development. So what we're saying is we will just, you know, is what you're saying, Councillor McLaughlin, is we will not allow it on this particular subdivision because it is not a quality it's not a quality development. Well, I find that offensive. And as to mention Campbelltown, I find that even more offensive because... Are you right?
I'll turn off.
Are you finished? That's good.
Yes,
thank you very much. So what we have is a position where, have a VB whenever you're ready. We have a position where...
That's right, good on you, Gary.
If this goes the other way, it's going to cost money in the court and we won't win it because it's not our fault, not councillors' fault, not the community's fault that there's been a miss in relation to the 88E or 88B instrument covenant to restrict it. But even if it was, I find it a little bit extraordinary that you can build it everywhere else, except for what Councillor Housestead said. There might be other shires that don't allow it, but at this point in time, our shire does. It's in our LEP, and it should be allowed to go forward. The other thing is our housing strategy. When you read the document there, it says that council will provide a wide range of different types of housing for the people of our shire. This is exactly what it's doing. It's meeting the requirements of our own housing strategy, or by meeting the requirements of different types of housing types within the shire. I'll put the vote.
So that's your right of reply and your address. So I'll ask all those in favour of the motion as put. Moved by Councillor McLaughlin and seconded by...
No, you've already done that.
Blimey.
Now it's...
I put it all in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. So we have Councillor Turlin, Andrews, Nelson, Gare, against. Councillors McLaughlin, Scandrett, Whipper and Halstead, and I will use the casting vote on the same way as affirmative to the motion. Thank you. The motion is carried. 9.2, development application, information and education facility, proposed change opening hours, 9395 Kirkham Road, Barrel, page 60.
Yeah, move the recommendation.
Move councillor. So I think we have a visitor item in relation to this. So that is Mr. Craig Robertson will address council in support. So I'll be asking Mr. Crawford to call him in. Was waiting for Mr. Robson to join.
Sorry, it's Narelle Blackadder here. I sent through a message to order a couple of pizzas. Did you get that? Okay, can I?
Is that?
He's there now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Robson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome to the council meeting, and we are on your item 9.2, and you will be addressing council in support of the recommendation. So your time, as you are aware, it will start now, and yes, you can commence.
Thank you. Councillors, I hope that you received an update every week on what we're trying to do. I represent and own Fairground Follies. It's a museum of mechanical music. We have a registration of the Australian Mechanical Music Association, Australian Mechanical Music as a registered name. And we have probably what is the greatest collection of mechanical music, beautiful instruments from all over the world. That's taken about 50 odd years, 45 years to get together. We have submitted a reference from the Powerhouse.
Hello, your
instruments and what it represents to assault. Amongst the collection is what they call a Taj Mahal, which is a representation and built in Belgium just after the First World War in remembrance of the people that had fallen during the war, and is regarded as being one of the grandest, if not the grandest, memorial in the world to the fallen. We have things from like the Luna Park organ, and we have instruments that play violins. As I say, the Powerhouse has given us a good reference, and we've passed that on to you as well. From our own area, we have things, and from Baradu, one of the earliest instruments, it belongs to one of the Maharajas from India. It came from down here, so it's got quite a bit of a content. The council's ambition, my understanding, is that they are trying to promote a quality tourism, a quality of getting employment in the area, and a quality to have a teaching of some kind, especially for young people. And that's what we are trying to cater for here. We have got a inbound tourism. We have got people waiting. We give people a tour. They get a cupcake, a lamington, go for a 2-hour tour. And then after that, they are they finish by 12 o'clock. And then we put those coaches in the main street or down to one of the clubs, of which they then spend money in this area. At the moment, because of our other approvals, we have 80 coaches lined up for the next period of time, which could be 12 months. Those coaches, of course, we can't operate at the moment because we haven't got insurance and, of course, because of the virus. We have an issue that's developed with the council in that we have approval for operating basically on the weekends with tours and small functions. We're talking about 80 people. Those functions and tours, somehow the council had allocated an amount that we have to pay or would be paying of $296,000, less a discount. That discount brought it to $70,000. We've been having a debate with council, trying to get from them how is that amount made up, so we can give it to our solicitors and to our accountants. Please check it. Now that amount, and then both these two DAs are interlocked, that then we need that amount to justify why we have to pay $296,000 or $70,000. Now, if we put in a kitchen or we do anything at all, that amount can climb. We haven't found any reference. We sent through LED, through our professional people, our accountant, through the professional people, we have asked twice in writing, please give us the amount so we can work it out in dollars and cents for our future. In the recommendation for approval or not approval, we have in front of us that there's parking. You'll notice when you read that recommendation that it's all airy-fairy, wishy-washy and such like. On the reports that we've got, and I've passed those on to you as well, and one of the architects of 45 years experience has written that this complies with parking. Put his name down to it. Nobody's put their name down to this recommendation. And we also have the report, the independent traffic report, that showed that we have adequate parking on the premises for our kind of development, which is allowable as a museum or as, and which we are. Our principal thing is a museum and as a restoration. We need to have 9 car parking spaces.
Mr. Robson?
Yep.
Yeah, can I ask you, please, you've extended your time. Yes, you've, your enthusiasm comes across. Can you, your time has expired, so will you take questions from councillors?
May I make just 2 points? I thought I had 5 minutes.
Yeah, you have spoken for 5 minutes.
I have. Apologies. May I just put 2 points through?
No, you can take questions, Mr.
Take
Robson.
questions.
Okay, thank you.
In the question.
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Robson, Mr. Councillor Nelson.
Thanks. I noticed in the report that there was no pre-lodgement meeting was held prior to the development application being lodged with council. Why did you not take up the opportunity to speak with staff prior to lodging your development application?
We employed professional people, LED. They went down, they spoke to council, and this has been going on for 18 months, almost 2 years. So yes, we have through the professionals.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Scandra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Robson, you've not received a breakup of the calculations for the proposed contributions, and you've clearly made a point that this is a museum primarily, and you intend to have it as a training facility for apprenticeships in fine arts and trades as its primary purpose. Is that correct, how I've put that? Could you address that?
That's correct, and the amount is 296,000.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can I have a briefing from staff?
Yes, any other questions to Mr. Robson? No. Thank you, Mr. Robson, for your time, and you'll be put out in the waiting room, so to speak, and we will deliberate on the motion. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Wilton, are you present? Thank
Yes,
you.
Chair.
Okay, can you do an introduction on this item, please?
Through the Chair, the purpose of this report is to consider DA 200609, which seeks development consent for the purposes of additional opening hours and approved information and education facility, being a function centre at 93 to 95 Kirkham Road, Bowral. Councillors be aware that there's been a number of applications and subsequent approvals on this site, including building alterations in 2003, an application in 2019 for a warehouse, function centre and museum, which was later refused on the basis of issues associated with traffic and also parking. A Section 8.2 application was made on the 9th of July 2019, seeking a review of the earlier decision, which was later supported on the basis of restrictions being placed on the hours of operation for function centres to outside of business hours to assist with parking management and also associated demand. Condition 31 of that consent prescriptively detailed the hours to which the functions could be held to enable consent to be granted to the development proposal under Section 8.2 review process. The proponent is now seeking to provide additional hours of operation between 9 and 5:30, Monday to Friday, and Saturday 9 to 1, in addition to the hours that were provided under DA 191439, which in effect will exacerbate Council's initial concerns of parking and traffic management on the site and more broadly within Kirkham Road, Bowral. Council's Industrial Development Control Plan provides for a requirement of 1 space per 10 seats or 100 square metres GFA and 1 space per 2 staff, and accordingly this development requires a minimum of 8 car spaces plus coach parking and also staff car parks as well. The development provides for 2 car spaces which are occupied when coaches are required to park on the site. Council will be aware that the existing parking shortfalls within Bowral, and also with 80 patrons, it's expected to be on-street demand for parking will be further increased. Accordingly, council staff recommended approval subject to an 18-month trial period, following which time that the condition may be reviewed by a Section 4.55 application.
Thank you, Mr. Wilton. Questions to Mr. Wilton?
Yes.
Councillor Turland, that's Councillor Scandrett and Councillor Halstead.
Thank you.
No, this is not a 455. You're talking about a 455 to happen after the 18 months. So I get that. The second thing is, or the main question will be, if there's a bit of a noise there, if this property is sold at a later date, does the DA go with the property?
Mr.
Through the Chair, that is correct. The development application, whilst it is issued to the applicant, it actually goes with the land. So any subsequent purchase of the land will have the benefit of that consent.
Okay, so is there a possibility of putting a restriction on it only goes with the land if that business keeps trading on that property?
Mr. Wilton?
Through the Chair, I believe that would be ultra vires. We wouldn't be able to do that. So it would be unlawful.
Thank you. Councillor Scandrett?
Could Mr. Wilton advise what, with this application, is going to be the primary use of the property? Is it a function centre? Because I don't think it is.
No, you've asked the question.
My question, please. Okay. because I don't think it is. I think it's a museum and a personal collection and obviously a workshop and all of that.
Question.
It also
Question has been asked. Mr. Wilton.
Through the chair, it's been characterised as an information and education facility, which is also a function centre as well.
Thank you. Councillor Halstead.
Look, I'm just wondering why we're putting a period on of 18 months. I don't know why you wouldn't have this as an approval full stop. I mean, it strikes me as something that's desirable, Mr. Mayor. And of course, where is it? In an industrial zone. Can't offend anybody. So I'm at a loss to know why there'd be this trial period put on. I'm just wondering whether the town planners have a view that all of a sudden it's going to become, you know, a massive zoo or something like that. I'm not too sure, but I just want some explanation as to why you'd even contemplate 18 months.
Mr. Wilton.
Through the chair, we've suggested 18 months on the basis that we need to ensure that this development will work in that location. Our initial concerns relating to lack of parking in Kirkham Road during business hours, and also the fact that there's potential traffic generating development which doesn't provide any on-site parking will create additional issues in that precinct.
Yeah, I understand now what you're talking about. That has some merit, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Wilton. Councillor Andrews. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following on from Mr. Wilton, talking about the 18-month period. Yeah, I support the trial period. I spend every day in that precinct, and there is a lot of traffic. And I'm not suggesting by any means that this development will impede on that or make it more serious, if you like. So I believe that the 18-month is applicable.
Thank you, Councillor Turl. You've asked a question. Any other questions?
I'll move an amendment, a recommendation.
Okay, you're moving the recommendation?
No, I'm going to move an alteration to the recommendation.
Okay, your recommendation is?
That council approval be granted to trade as a function centre with no trial period, and remove item 3 from the time limit in the consent. And then I'll speak to it. So in other words, we're going to give approval without any time period, no 18 months.
That's the motion, Mr. Mayor.
No, it's not. If you look at it, you go to the approvals on page. That's the problem. If you've got to actually read. If you go to page 69. The conditions of approval is the time period.
Councillor Turlin, do you have a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Scandon has seconded. Councillor Nelson.
I'd move the amendment, which is the recommendation.
Okay. So you're.
I'll second that.
And Councillor.
I'll second that.
Is seconding the amendment. Okay, so can we get the motion up on the screen?
That the approval be granted to trade.
Recommendation with the removal of any timeframes.
Pretty well, that's it. Which is item 3 of the conditions to be removed.
Yeah, it's up there now.
Okay, so it's up on the screen now. Okay, you can speak to a councillor Turlin.
I just want to make sure that item 3 has been removed. I'm still trying to see. Oh yeah, there it is, delete item 3. That's fine. Look, we have 2 DAs. The first DA allows him to pretty well hold about 80% for exactly what he wants. What he's missing at this point in time is just the trading of a function centre. It would seem on Monday to Friday from 9 o'clock to 5:30, and on Saturday from 9 to 1. But all the other approvals we've granted. In other words, we're happy with the type of developments there. We're happy with the purpose of why it's there. We're still just questioning if it's going to be a traffic problem. Now, this particular facility is down the southern end of Kirkham Road. And I'm still, and it yet to be determined as time will go on, how many people in this Barrel Township will actually walk within 70, 80, 100 metres to that end of town to park their car to go back to work. I can't see that happening. I think we're going to have a lot of the parks down that end of town free to be used by any business within that area. We already know that people park their cars from other industrial businesses within that area in Kirkham Road now. They're restricted now while the work's going on. But when you went down there, most times there was all the industrial cars parked there. Nobody was actually walking from the middle of Barrel to park their car there. And I find it extraordinary if we think that that will happen in the future when that park's finished. So I don't believe parking is going to be a problem. I think what we have is an opportunity at the moment of letting this development move forward as a benefit to the Shire of Wyde through tourism, mostly needed now after the drought, fires and now COVID-19. This will be a huge and should be a tourist attraction that will drag quite a few people at different times through the week. So I would hope to think we will approve the full-on use of this particular development. He already has most of it. It's only now the missing link, and let him get on and do what he needs to do and make this Shire known around the world.
Thank you, Councillor Turlin. Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm speaking against that because I think council staff, for very good reasons, have put in those conditions 3, and we do that with regard to these. And I think, you know, I've been there, I've seen the facility, it's fantastic. I think it's wonderful. It's great for this community and I'm not against it. I'm happy to support it. But I think to be realistic, as Councillor Andrews has talked about, he works down there, he knows the traffic congestion down there. And as Councillor Turlin well knows, that we've had problems with function centres in different areas, granted, but in Centennial Road, where, you know, disturbances happened, and he's raised that. And I just think that we should be just a little bit cautious with regard to how this is going to impact on that part of town. Councillor Turlin may well be right that there will be a lot of extra parking in that vicinity that does not impinge on this, but we won't know until we suck it and see, basically. So I'm suggesting, Mr. Mayor, that I won't be supporting this motion. I'll be supporting the amendment for those reasons, that staff will put these conditions in for very good reasons, just to see what the impact is on other people that have got viable businesses in the area that don't need to be disenfranchised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Any speakers against?
Yeah.
Councillor
Nelson.
Nelson.
Look, I'm speaking against the motion and for the amendment along the same lines of what Councillor McLaughlin is saying, because the car parking is the issue, because we can think that it might be okay, or we can think that it might not be okay. That's why it's proposed to have an 18-month trial period to see what impact car parking may have on the other business houses around that application. Because they could, if all of a sudden it becomes so popular, all the other business houses may very well suffer. And they're suffering from COVID-19 as well. So it's not just about one application, one business house here, it's all the business houses. And this application is just about the opening hours that he's requested. It's got nothing to do with the money that he raised in his briefing. And besides that, a $296,000 application discounted to $70,000, that's a pretty good discount. And the only people that can waive that $70,000 is the council via a report from the staff. So forget about that. And think about the car parking and the timing, the 18-month trial. So the councillors should be sticking with that trial period and see what happens. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry. Thank you, councillor Nelson. Councillor Andrews?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Very, very quickly, in support of the amendment. Look, this restriction's harmless. It doesn't restrict trade at all. And if there's a problem after the 18 months, well, then it does become a problem. But if there's not, it's quite simply harmless. I'm not sure why we shouldn't, because it is a difficult area at particular times of the day down there. Thank you.
Okay, councillor Scandrett?
Mr Mayor, it is quite harmless. No, we're taking away 70 car spaces up here at Stacey Street, just right behind me, and pushing that traffic onto Kirkham Road. And you're all now talking about the loss of parking and the fact that we won't do that. The application says quite clearly that it's mostly coach-based, and he has provided calculations from a registered architect to show that he's got the car spaces anyway that comply with the existing building and the original footprint. The original building hasn't changed. There's no new roof water, stormwater. There's no new toilets, right? And here we are all talking about the additional load. And yet the Tourism Task Force is saying, bring people to Bowral. And here we are with one of the top 3 collections in fairground mechanical music in the world. And it's here in Bowral. And you are saying to him, oh, look, we'll give you an approval. In 18 months, we'll let you reapply and see if you can get it through. Well, he won't spend the money. Nobody will spend the money. We see this everywhere. We put them on choker collars, and this is a collection that is sought after by many others. We're so lucky it's here. I have to say, the apprenticeship side of things here is huge. Specialised trades, young people. I mean, that carousel, Mr Mayor, you've seen it. You were down there when we had tourism after hours a year ago down there. That carousel from Luna Park, the original steam-powered carousel, it took a year to be painted by a specialist painter that Craig Robson brought out from the UK. And Craig Robson wants to set up an apprenticeship training system there so those skills are not lost. And it's a global thing. And here it is in little old Bowral. One of the organs there has been at Tulip Time for over a decade. I mean, this guy wants to be in this area and we're sending a different message. I mean, look at the calculations issue. And yes, Councillor Nelson, that's for another day. But I'm just stunned that the building's not changing in size or sewage load or stormwater load, and we're trying to levy it. It's a complying use. But just up the road, other businesses have huge activities on weekdays and weekends, and we don't go after them. I mean, the parking is not an issue. He's demonstrated he complies with that. So why are we pushing this back? Why are we saying we don't want the jobs? We don't want the apprentices. We don't want the visitations. We don't want the publicity from inbound or all across Sydney. 5 million people eventually coming down here, taking a look at one of these world-class things and then spending other time in Bowral. These coaches don't stop at just Craig Robson's. They then go off to other places such as Fitzroy Falls, Bradman Museum and the like, because the fairground folly part is only 2 hours. Now on functions, and it's not a function centre primarily, its primary use is a museum, an educational and training facility. That's the whole preservation thing. I don't know how successful he'll be with that. Will he get weddings? I don't know. Will he
Put the motion, Mr Mayor.
No, Councillor Halstead.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, Councillor Scandrett's once again gone off on a drive of mumbo jumbo, and I'm particularly concerned about his political statement, in effect, by sitting in front of a photo of the oak trees in Station Street. That really appalls me. But anyway, that's beside the point. The fact is that this person has been given an approval, and I just wonder why he spent so much time tonight talking about everything other than what this DA is about, which is a change in hours of operation, nothing else. That's what we're voting on, and that's exactly what should occur.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. Neatly summed up. Any other speakers? Then I'll make comment. I'll be supporting the amendment for the very reasons that Councillor Scandrett and Councillor Turlin have argued on. and that is it's going to attract more traffic. And I hope in one way, I hope it does. I hope there is heaps of people we will have to revisit, especially in relation to, as been pointed out, if there isn't more apprenticeships, where are they going to? If there is more people who utilise the car parking spaces that they created down there, is going to detract from visitor car parking. So 18 months, it's a fair time. There is no obligations on behalf of the applicant, contributions or anything else. So I will be supporting the amendment, and I believe it can be worked through, and this is only a change of hours. It's an alter a DA that is in existence. So I believe that the applicant will win both ways. He gets extra hours, he gets a trial period to work to see if everything functions, and then we will have a look at it in 18 months' time. Councillor Turland, your right of reply.
Well, in 18 months' time, most of us probably won't be here. It'll be a new election, September. So it'll be up to the new council to make that decision. Look, my view is that I can't see how it's going to cause any trouble. And we seem to always be tying up developments in knots and the possibilities and deferred commencement requirements. There is nothing wrong with allowing this to go forward. Anyway, I can see what the motion is going to be because I can see what the mood was in the council laws at this point in time. But anyway, put the motion, we'll see how we go, but I don't see why we won't give him a fair go.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turland. Everybody in favour of the motion, please raise your hand.
No, the amendment.
The amendment, sorry, we have the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillors McLaughlin, Halstead, Whipper, Andrews, and I can't declare.
And Nelson.
And Nelson. The amendment becomes.
No, who's against?
Oh, who's voting against the councillors Turland and Scandrett? I declare the amendment. The amendment now becomes the motion. I put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand. All the way down. Everyone. Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. 11.1, page 75, tender for bulk water treatment chemicals.
Yes, move number 1, please, Mr. Mayor.
1, do I have a seconder? Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Halstead. Any discussion? Put it, option 1. All in favour, those against carried. I'll ask the General Manager to read out the recommendation that has been done.
And the recommendation that's just being passed is the council accepts the tender REGPR 022021 of the treatment chemical 330/20.13 close brackets categories, each with the relevant scheduled rates from the listed tenderers for the period of 3 years with the option to extend for another 1 year. Schedule A, chlorine gas.
Oh, don't need to read all that.
Oh, you don't read that?
No, we'll hear all
That'll
that.
be in the
We
resolution.
don't have to read out all the balance of the gist of the motion has been put. We move to 11.2, page 81. Tender.
Yes, move number 1, please, Mr. Mayor.
Please let me read. Tender for the construction of Church Road Oval Amenities Building upgrade. Move Councillor Nelson.
Second.
The seconder.
Seconded.
Councillor Whipper. Any discussion? Put it. Councillor Halstead.
Yes, I'm just interested in getting an answer from somebody that's been involved in this. Note there's no engineers sitting there, which is interesting. But can someone comment there about this amount? Because I'm quite concerned about the amount of money for this. I mean, I'm going to be guided by the motion is one thing, but it's a hell of a lot of money for that upgrade. I guess what I'm trying to say is, can someone like Barry Paul give a comment, an informed comment about the value for money on this?
We'll do it in close, so we have that information. So will Councillor Nelson, will you?
Yes, happy to change to number 2.
Okay, move Councillor Nelson, secondly Councillor House said that we discussed in close.
Thanks, Peter.
Put it, all in favour?
Aye.
Against, carried. 11.4, proposed road closure, unformed road of Kenyon Road, Kenyon Lee. Do we have a mover? 11.3. Proposed easement, council property 4 Wattle Lane and 10 Bagnetti Street.
Yep, happy to move.
Move Councillor Nelson and Andrews. Question? No questions, put it, all in favour? Again.
Aye.
Carried. 11.4, page 91, proposed road closure, unformed road off Kenyon Lee Road. Do we have a mover? Councillor McLaughlin Nelson?
Yeah, moved.
Yep.
All in favour, those against, carried. 2.5, consolidation of titles, Bonbon.
Move that way, Mr Mayor.
Move Councillor McLaughlin, seconded Councillor Scandrick. Is there any discussion? Put it, all in favour, those against, carried. 11.6, Lackey Park Regional Sporting Hub 2020 Concept Master Plan, page 100. Move Councillor Andrews. And seconded Councillor Halsted. Anybody wishing to speak to this? Councillor Halsted.
An introduction, Mr Mayor?
Well, before that, Mr McLaughlin, Councillor McLaughlin, look, I made a suggestion earlier this afternoon, and I do want to mention the name, but I don't want to make a big deal out of it. You know, this management plan will be exhibited in an appropriate way. There'll be feedback. I'm sure it'll get feedback from all and sundry, and it's a very comprehensive plan. But I did want to suggest that actually on the plan be inserted the words Ross Bull Oval, just for the oval, the cricket ground part of it, not obviously Lackey Park stays, but I think that's appropriate. And this would get the same sort of public participation as you'd expect for an individual application, as we know council has a policy out on the moment. So that's what I'd be suggesting and recommending, actually.
Well, look, can I suggest that I hear what you're saying, Councillor Halstead, but you just sort of summed it up at the final there. We have a policy on exhibition, which we have endorsed, and I believe by inserting what you are suggesting that it would be against the policy that we have on exhibition, which we have endorsed. So I don't know whether it's up to you and up to councils to accept it. But
I understand what you've said, but a little bit worried about the nobbled horse bit. But look, the whole process of this being exhibited is going to be comprehensive to start with. And I think the fact is, I did indicate to you earlier on in discussions with the councillors, the informal discussions, that this person is deceased and has a hell of a track record in terms of cricket. But anyway, I won't go into any of those details at this point in time.
Okay, so with the mover and the seconder, Councillor Andrews and Halstead, is there an acceptance by the mover that wording be inserted?
Can I ask a question?
No. Andrews first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the greatest respect, am I right? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the greatest respect, no, I don't believe it should be inserted now. There is plenty of time when this becomes reality for that type of discussion to take place. So, no, I don't support it.
10 years down the track. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor.
Somebody might be able to inform me how Lucky Park was actually named Lucky Park. I got no idea.
No, he probably was a bit of a lucky.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but maybe.
No, I don't. We don't know at this point of time.
That was all I was asking.
Thank you. No other discussion. Councillor Andrews.
He's muted.
Councillor Andrews, unmute yourself.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This concept took its first breath in late 2016, early 2017. And I just really been along for the ride those almost 4 years. I just want to thank Mr. Paul and all those that were involved from Assets and the consultants. They've come up with what I believe, and I think we'll wait for what the public think, but a terrific concept. I thank you for that.
Yeah, and I'll just up, so there's a couple of lights on, councillors Nelson and then Scandra.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think the first paragraph in the background sums it up, where it says the vision for Lucky Park is to provide local sporting hub that creates a sporting precinct, providing facilities that will attract regional, state and national level sporting events. And I see that it's good that the various sports have been consulted in relation to the master plan. And I look forward to that going on exhibition and coming back with comment from the community. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Scandra.
Yes, I think it's a very good report. I note that the consultation has taken place with the basketball or indoor sports people next door, which is also an exciting concept. I hope we can move forward with that now. I note that the Sydney Morning Herald carried a story yesterday about all stadiums in New South Wales going to be under the control of a new body. I don't know whether this classifies as a stadium, but it certainly talks about regional ones, and this is a similar size to the one in Mudgee. I think we talked about it quite a while ago. But anyway, it's a good move forward. I just hope we can get moving forward now with the indoor sports facility next door.
Thank you, Councillor Scandra. And before your right of reply, Graham, if you want, Councillor Andrews, look, this area has been designated and identified by a previous council way back in the late 70s. Because I approached council back in the late 70s and came and saw them and said, I want to build a squash centre, where do you want to put it? And Councillor Halstead will remember Roy Baker, who was the Shire engineer of Indocaribbean at the time. I think you should put it down near the basketball stadium. I think that would be a great spot to have a sporting hub.
Absolutely.
Didn't worry me where I built it, as long as I could build it. So that is the reason that a engineer of 30 odd years ago looked at that site as a regional sporting area. And thank you, Councillor Andrews, for being part of the committee and council staff. Hopefully we'll be able to get grants now that we have a master plan to commence a state development of that site. So I endorse the recommendation and congratulate those involved. Councillor Andrews, do you want to have a right of reply? No? Okay, I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your hand. Carried unanimously. We move to 11.7, investment report, May 2020, page 104. Mover, Councillor Scandra. Seconded, Councillor. Do we have a seconder for the investment report? Councillor. Yep. Any discussion to it, other than the interest rates are going down, down, down? All in favour, against, carried. Review of Whites Creek floodplain risk management study and plan, 11.8, page 110.
So moved.
Move councillor Scandrett, seconded.
Well, councillor Halstead's the chairman of the committee.
Ed, do you want to?
Yeah.
Seconded councillor Halstead.
Yeah, put me involved in there, of course.
Yep, right. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against,
Can I
carried.
just comment?
Yeah,
Can I just
councillor
comment, Mr. Mayor?
Halstead.
Yeah, thanks for the jog there, Peter. I was trying to do two things at once, which I can do sometimes. But look, it's been fairly well done, and clearly we've got to get on with it. And I think the decision that's made tonight is the way to go. Thanks,
Mr. I'd like to just say to Mr. Mayor, is that okay?
I'm not going to allow any comment. We really have put the motion and it was put past and carried. So unless you want me to resubmit it.
No, that's fine, Mr. Mayor. That's all
Thank
right.
you. Now we're on to the big one of the night, I believe, and as well, 12.1, local strategic planning statement and local housing strategy. Mr. Park, are you there on video to introduce this, please?
Yep, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Nice one. Okay, look, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So, councillors, I am really happy to be presenting the draft local housing strategy and local strategic planning statement back to council for adoption. So, councillors, as you would be aware, the local strategic planning statement and local housing strategy establish a 20-year land use vision for our shire and a long-term planning framework to meet the economic, housing, social and environmental needs of our community. And I think it's important to note, councillors, that these strategies build on the community's priorities outlined in the CSP and the local planning strategy to outline how our shire will continue to evolve in a way that protects our local character, natural areas and rural landscapes in accordance with what the community has consistently told us over a number of years. So the draft strategies were publicly exhibited for 8.5 weeks, and obviously as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and social distancing restrictions, the public exhibition and planned drop-in sessions had to be moved online. And it was pleasing to see how well attended these online sessions were. And a total of 123 submissions were received on the draft strategies. And while some of the submissions raised objections to certain aspects of the strategies, as a whole, the feedback was really positive. And certainly there's strong support for the evidence-based approach to managing growth, strong support for the focus on local character, strong support for protecting our natural areas and rural landscapes. And similarly, the government agency feedback was largely very positive, with a number of, I guess, minor amendments coming out of the government feedback. Unsurprisingly, the majority of the feedback related to the identified new living areas, and the details of the feedback on each of the new living areas is outlined in the body of the report. With the exception of Robertson, we're recommending that the new living areas remain in the strategy as exhibited. In relation to Robertson, there was overwhelming support for infill development to provide greater housing choice and support the viability of the village centre, which is one of the aims of the strategies. So, however, I guess the vast majority of submissions wanted to prioritise infill development over the proposed new living areas, and the report recommends that the new living area for Robertson essentially be deferred to prioritise infill development. And we're not suggesting it be removed completely, and if needed, we can consider the living area at a later date, subject to further consultation with the community. And we're also recommending that at that stage, we can consider the land immediately adjoining the investigation area, again, subject to further consultation. So, councillors, we also received 12 proposals from landowners seeking to be included in the strategies. Each of the proposals and the staff recommendations are outlined in the body of the report. And while we've recommended some minor changes to the identified living areas based on the submissions we received, we're not recommending any completely new sites be included in the strategy. And I'll make the point, councillors, that the housing strategy was a deliberate move away from spot rezonings, away from landowner and developer-driven planning. This is an opportunity for council and the community to establish a land use vision for the shire and ensure that we can manage growth in a way that's keeping with the community's expectations. And in that context, we've been through an objective, evidence-based analysis to identify the most suitable areas to locate new development. And that analysis is based on what are universally accepted planning principles. So putting people close to employment, close to education, close to services, avoiding impacts on environment, not putting people in high risk areas. So directly building on what the community has consistently told us through the development of the CSP and local planning strategy. And we believe that the areas we've identified provide an appropriate framework to meet our housing needs over the next 30 plus years. So councillors, the report ultimately recommends that the LSPS and housing strategy be adopted with a number of changes outlined in the report, and that the LSPS be finalised and uploaded on the planning portal prior to the legislative 1st of July deadline.
Thank you, Mr. Park, and the amount of effort and work you've put into this over the last 12 months should be commended. Any questions to Mr. Park in relation to the strategy or the zoning, Councillor Turler?
I'm just trying to work through the new recommendation that came through this afternoon. I can only work it on my phone because I'm on the iPad, so I can't do both things at once. The Wesleydale, where's that in this motion here? I've got Robertson, I've got 4 Mittagong East. Is that's not, no, that's Mary Street, Moss Vale, Barrel South, Chelsea. So where's Wesleydale in this?
In the back part.
Colarvale, right down the very end of the.
Oh yeah, okay. As I said, I'm trying to work it on the phone because I can't do both at once.
Yeah. So just before you go on, Councillor Turland, and you've raised a point, having spoken with staff, rather than do them with exception, I'm going to put each one in seriatim, and councillors, it will take 5 maybe 45 minutes. The councillors have the right then at that particular time to vote for or against that particular section. So we've got a few down here, but at this stage, any other questions to Mr. Park?
Yeah. Just
Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to the community, those that put in submissions for their properties that weren't taken up by staff, there is still an opportunity, would there, Mr. Park, for those people to still make a submission or make a planning proposal to council in the future?
Thank you, and through the chair, the councillors, any landowner is legally entitled to lodge a planning proposal over their land at any time, and there is not a process that council can stop that. What this planning, what the housing strategy and LSPS will do is provide a framework to then make decisions on these types of proposals moving forward. So we're trying to, I guess, establish a framework that is consistent with the views of the community and the expectations of the community, so that both the development industry, the community and council have certainty and confidence about how our shire is going to grow, rather than, I guess, the process of spot rezonings or development-driven planning.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Scandra. Councillor Scandra, you're muted. You have your mute button on.
I have, yes, I'm just fiddling with my background. Mr. Mayor, the question is, with relation to Colarvale, where the community has said they don't want the village to be doubled in size and they don't want a shopping centre, could I understand where the staff's interest in Wensleydale has re-arisen? It's been pushed back before. Could we just have some comment on that, Mr. Park, please?
Through you, Mr. Park.
Thank you, and through the chair. Look, thank you, Councillor. Look, I'm not aware of that sort of feedback coming in as part of this process. So what I can say is that as part of the local planning strategy, we went through detailed consultation, and this is before my time, but I'm just reflecting on what's in the strategy, but detailed consultation with each of the communities. As part of that, the Colarvale community expressed support for modest population growth is to support a small neighbourhood centre. So that's come directly from the feedback received part of the local planning strategy, and that's reflected in the endorsed strategy of council. So we have then identified a site to accommodate that based on that analysis we've undertaken. And as part of this exhibition period, we received, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, we received about 5 objections to that proposal and a similar amount of support for that proposal. The objections we received came from largely outside of the Colla Vale village. So from an example is the Berrima Residents Association provided an objection to that site. 1 or 2, I think, were from residents within the Colla Vale community who objected. So I'm not aware of the sort of feedback. It's certainly not through the formal feedback channels. We haven't received that sort of feedback from the community.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Councillor Turwin.
So if we remove Wensleydale from this submission, I think we had the briefing session and you mentioned that the opportunity of adding some others in would be okay.
Mr. Park.
Look, thank you, and through the chair, ultimately the council can remove and in theory add sites in. My advice and the advice of the Department of Planning is that where you're talking about significant changes to the plan, so in, for example, identifying a whole new site that's not previously been considered in the strategy, it almost certainly triggers the need to go back on public exhibition. So there is an intrinsic relationship between the LSPS and the housing strategy. As the council is aware, the LSPS has a legislated timeframe of the 1st of July to be finalised and uploaded on the planning portal. It's not as simple as just saying we'll add a site in, because it means we're probably going to miss our deadline. The other point I'll make is that we've identified more than enough land in the housing strategy to meet our housing needs, certainly over a 20-year framework, but we've identified sort of 30 plus years based on our population forecast. There is scope for council if they choose to remove 1 or more of the sites, and we probably still don't need more sites. If we do add sites in, it probably triggers re-exhibition.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Any other questions to Mr. Park? Councillor, have you asked a question, Councillor Scandron? I think
I'd like to ask the second one.
Well, we'll go see. There is other questions to be asked. I'll allow 1 question in about 5 words, Councillor Scandron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the case of Colla Vale, and taking into account Mr. Park's comments just now, could that be removed? I take it that was a yes. Or should it be deferred like the Robertson one?
He didn't say yes in any way, shape or form.
He indicated
that if it is removed, then it has every recommendation if it's major, and I would suggest removing that would be major. It would have to go out on re-exhibition. Mr. Park, would you like to comment?
Yeah, look, thank you. And again, through the chair, ultimately, councillors, we put our recommendations forward with you. You can ultimately choose to do with them what you like. My advice is that, and again, this is reflective of the department's advice, where you're talking about fundamental changes to the strategies, it will trigger the need for a re-exhibition. There is somewhat of a grey area in terms of what a fundamental change to these strategies are, and we would almost certainly have to seek advice from the Department of Planning whether or not we would need to go back on exhibition. The advice about adding new sites in that haven't previously been considered is that they believe that that would definitely trigger a re-exhibition. If you were to do a similar thing with the Colla Vale site as what we've proposed with Robertson, of making it a longer term site subject to additional consultation, then it may not trigger further consultation, because that's written into the plan itself that there will be further consultation at a later date.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would suggest that town planning hasn't changed a lot. We have to look at constraints to planning and or constraints to development, which Mr. Park said in his discussions there and early today, I think it was, or earlier in another session, that he certainly looked at the various development constraints. But, you know, in the end run, town planning has a lot of subjective viewpoints put in it as well as what might be argued as objective. I'm thinking that, for example, the statement by Mr. Park about, you know, whether you might take or whatever else, change, put a new area in or take one out, particularly the emphasis on the take one out, it's a little bit alarmist as far as I'm concerned in terms of what the state planning body might do. I'm just wondering why, for example, the Wensleydale one, why that wouldn't have been considered as a reasonable sort of buffer, because I think that is the buffer.
Councillor Halstead, we're getting into debate.
Well, I'm asking questions.
No one starts to be in debate, so you'll be able to debate that down the bottom of
That's
F.
fine. That's fine. Pushed out again. Thank you.
No, you're not, Councillor Halstead.
Well, I asked a question that time round, Mr. Mayor, and that was whether he had an opinion on, it was nothing to do with debate, whether he had an opinion on whether the buffer had been considered, that area had been considered as a buffer. The answer to that was yes or no.
Well, now that's the question.
Well, I did ask that question. You obviously didn't hear it.
Look, sorry, do you mean, sorry, through you, the chair, do you mean a buffer as in a bushfire buffer or a buffer as in a visual buffer, or just didn't quite understand the question?
Well, it's pretty straightforward. A buffer is a buffer, and quite frank, this one will be an environmental buffer, and quite frank, it could be either of them, but certainly an environmental one, and one which ensures that there's not some direct link ultimately with development which just stretches from Carlo Vale right out to the freeway. That's what I'm on about in terms of a buffer, an environmental buffer.
Okay, look, good question then. And what you'll notice in the housing strategy in the area that's been identified, the site is a significantly sized site. A large portion of it is vegetated. We've not only avoided all the vegetated area to the north, we've provided a significant buffer, and it's hard to show on the maps that we've got because they don't show the aerial imagery underneath it. But with the aerial imagery underneath, you'll see that there is a significant buffer between the proposed new living areas and the vegetated areas to the north. We've also recommended the development of a master plan prior to any rezoning, which will consider things like visual buffers and that entry into Colavale to make sure we're not changing the character of that entry. And that will include things like appropriate landscaping and setbacks from the street to create the type of visual buffer that you're speaking about. Certainly an environmental buffer we've provided that, and we've avoided the significant vegetated areas plus a buffer area, which will also provide a bushfire buffer as well. So yes.
Noted.
Thank you, Mr. Park. We've got Councillor McLaughlin, then Councillor Turlin. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Park. With regard to Wensleydale, and you just talked about having an overall plan, I imagine that would envisage the protection of the heritage item in that zone, that property. There would be significant protection for that included?
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, again, good question. And what the strategy outlines too is a body of work that needs to be done before any of the sites can be rezoned. One of which for this particular site will be a consideration of any potential impacts on the heritage item and establishing an appropriate buffer around the heritage item, to use Councillor Naster's terminology. And you'll see in the strategy that we've identified approximately 500 houses to go on that site. That site, if you take away the heritage item, could handle a lot more than 500 houses, but we've taken into account the need to provide sort of an appropriate area around the heritage item to provide appropriate setbacks from the street. So it's significantly reduced the potential to address all of these concerns that have previously been flagged. But we also believe that it addresses some of the other opportunities that have been identified by the community about supporting a small neighbourhood centre in the Colavale area.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Councillor Turlin.
The question to you, Mr. Park, is quite simple. The first one is, or the question is, when we went out on public exhibition in draft form, it went out to ask questions and get responses from the community with what documents you put together. That gave the opportunity for other people to put their sites up for a possibility. But those sites haven't gone on to public exhibition. So we don't know what some of the other sites and how the community would or would not like them within the strategy. Is that correct?
Look, thank you, and through the chair, if the question is, do we know whether people like, the community like the sites that have been proposed by the landowners? Then look, no, we don't know because it hasn't been on exhibition.
That's right.
Look, the intent, councillors, was that we resolve the housing component of the strategy prior to the LSPS. We put a housing strategy to council last year. It was ultimately deferred by the council, which meant that the two strategies had to be exhibited concurrently. That means that we're now in a situation where people have put forward sites, even if we supported them, which in most cases, the analysis suggests that we have identified preferred sites, more suitable sites to accommodate more than enough growth. But even if we did support it, it would trigger a re-exhibition, and given the legislated timeframe of 1st of July for the LSPS, it's just not physically possible.
Thank you. Okay, well, I think Councillor Scandron, you've asked a question.
Yes, could I just get a qualification of something Mr. Park said before? Because I understood him to say that we had ample, words like ample capacity, even if we lost one or so of the sites that are in the report. We had a surplus in there and wouldn't need to go on exhibition. Could we get that qualified, please?
Thank you, and through the chair, look, based on our current housing forecast by the state government for the Shire and that 50-50 split of infill and greenfield development, we have enough land identified to meet 30 years of housing supply. We are required under the regional plan to plan for a surplus of land. You're not, the regional plan requires you to not just plan for your minimum amount, you have to plan for a surplus of land. It also means that the planning framework is adaptable. So if population pressure increases faster than what was anticipated, that we're not caught chasing our tail. We actually can release land in a planned and orderly way so that we're managing growth appropriately.
Thanks. Just a question, Mr. Mayor.
One last question, please.
Yep, Councillor Nelson, thanks. I just like Mr. Park to confirm that we're looking at an additional 3,000 odd dwellings over the next 20 years, and that translates into an additional 7,000 people between 2016 and 2041, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Park, would you clarify on that?
Yeah, look, thank you, and through the chair, we are looking at, so the housing forecast for the area recommend the population forecasts have been revised down, and I think, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's less than 4,000 people over the next 20 odd years. The current housing population forecasts also include a high growth scenario. They include a planning scenario and a high growth scenario. From memory, the high growth scenario is about 7,000 people over the next 20 years. We have planned for the planning framework, so the planning forecast, which is the lower amount. But again, that's one of the reasons why it's important to identify a surplus of land, because if the high growth forecasts are realised, we want to be able to release land in a planned and orderly way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Park. And as I've said, thank you for your input and your time and effort that's gone into this. We'll go into debate now. So you're out of here, but no doubt you'll watch and see how the recommendations come through.
Thank you.
So councillors, as I said, we'll vote on these in seriatim, and I've declared an interest on motion B, B recommendation. So I'll leave the chair when that recommendation comes up. and other councils will also have requests to be made. But initially, I'd like somebody to move option
Councillor Andrews.
1. Okay, Councillor Andrews, the council considered the inclusion of these proposed living areas. So that's moved Councillor Andrews, seconded
Councillor Nelson.
Councillor Nelson. So I put that. All in favour?
Just wait a minute, let me read it first.
It is very innocuous. It's just going to say you're going to endorse.
In seriatim.
In seriatim. Okay.
I get that.
All right. So we'll be moving A, and that is that the new living area 1, Chelsea Gardens, Comungi and surrounds be retained in the local housing strategy. Somebody to move that?
Move that way, Mr Mayor.
I'll second that, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Turland and
No.
Scandron.
Okay.
McLaughlin. Councillor Scandron, Turland and McLaughlin. I'll put it all in favour. Now, this is planning, so everyone has to vote, and it is carried unanimously for the minute taker. Now, we'll go to option to motion B, and Councillor Turland, will you chair the meeting, please, while this is being discussed?
Okay, option B, you can see it all. It's that the new living area 2, Barrel South, be retained in this local housing strategy and the LSPS included. Mover, please.
Yeah.
Councillor Nelson.
Yes.
Second. I can't see everybody, so.
Yeah, I'll move that. I'll second it.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Yep.
Actually, please, Mr Chairman.
Sorry?
I was just going to say that since I stood with Councillor Gare, maybe I shouldn't move it.
Oh, well, I'll move it. I'll move it then.
Yeah, Councillor McLaughlin could move it. Doesn't matter.
Who seconded it? Who's the seconder?
I need a seconder. Okay, I'll second it. Done. All in favour?
All right.
I can't see everybody, so somebody else is.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
So we'll go.
Andrews, Scandrick, Halstead, McLaughlin.
No, I'm not in.
Oh,
I'm not in
sorry.
that one.
Yes, Halstead.
Halstead's not in that one, sorry.
That's not that one.
I've got concerns about it.
Can we go to the hands again, please, gentlemen, for those who... So we've got Nelson, Andrews, Scandrick, McLaughlin, Turland. Those against? Whipper and Halstead.
Motion's carried.
Okay, motion carried.
This one, that's interesting.
It's very hard for us to, well, I can't see what's going on, but anyway, all in favour, we've got in favour and we've got who's against. You've named it, so that's fine. I can't.
The mayor's coming back. The mayor's coming back.
It's carried.
So it's
Yeah.
carried.
Mr Councillor Andrews seems to be on every motion that's coming forward at the moment.
Just to set it up.
Yeah, it was only to set it up.
Okay, I'll leave it to you.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Turland. We are on C, move that the new living area 3 Mossvale West be retained in the local housing strategy. Move Councillor Halstead, seconded Councillor Whipper. Is there any discussion?
Let me not take a look at them.
Yeah, we've got it. We've got Councillor Halstead and Whipper moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favour, please raise your hand. Carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move on to D, that the new living area 4 Mittagong East be retained in the local housing strategy. Somebody move that.
Move that. I'll move that, Mr Mayor.
Rocking Andrews. I'll put that. All in favour?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. We move on to motion E, that the living area 5, Robertson North, be amended. North be amended to both the central long-term living area as included. Councillor Whipper.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to that recommendation. I did send a copy through, so
Have we got that up? Yeah. Now, we're putting it up now, Councillor Whipper.
thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin.
So if I'm correct, Mr Mayor, given that there isn't a motion there, what I'm putting forward would become a motion.
That's correct.
The minute taker is trying to get it up, Councillor Whipper.
I'll move an amendment, then I'll be proposing an amendment.
Okay, there's a foreshadow motion. The new will area north be removed from both the local, right, okay.
Yeah,
So
that's
do
it, Mr Mayor. If I have a seconder, I'm happy to speak to it.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Whipper, you may not have a seconder.
Shame, shame, shame.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'll put my amendment if I can.
Thank you. Please, wait a minute. There may not be, do we have a seconder for Councillor Whipper's motion?
I'll second it.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you,
Now,
Councillor.
Councillor Turley is moving the amendment, which would be,
Basically, everything bar at the end of 3 and subject to further consultation with the community. Take that out. That's in no other motion that's been put forward. I want that taken out. So it's either in the strategy or it's not. That's it. So to take out the subject and subject to future consultation with the community.
Councillor, I don't know whether
That's not in there.
virtually a bit of a direct negative.
There's a motion, foreshadow motion.
It would have to be a motion arising if
No,
council.
foreshadowed motion.
Foreshadow motion.
Councillor Whipper's taking the whole lot out. Finished, done and dusted. I'm
Yeah.
leaving it in and removing the council staff's opinion that it's for future consultation. We've already had the consultation. It's already gone through the process.
It's a direct negative, councillor. So you can leave it there as a motion arising.
No, foreshadowed motion.
Yeah, the foreshadow motion.
The motion is
subject to the decision of council. So, do you wish to speak to it, councillor Whipper?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, look, we did have the consultation on it. Councillor Turlin's quite right, and the community rejected it. So why would we go against what certainly the majority feeling of the village is? I mean, I live in this village, have done for 30 years unashamedly, and I have some concerns, as you would all know, about the engagement process to date. I think there's some flaws in it due to the restrictions around COVID. Nevertheless, we've got a recommendation here before us, and I'll do the best that I can with it, according to my conscience and knowing the village as I do. But it's quite clear that the majority of people don't favour the release of that land area. They're looking at infill. Now, I've got some concerns about that, but if it's done in the proper way, and I think we've got some precinct plans that we're considering, I think we can probably come up with a good product, a good outcome. But to put this on the radar again, councillors, even if we foreshadowed it for future consideration, look, as an example, we've got Chelsea Kumunji. We've got Wensleydale that's still haunting us like ghosts of Christmas past that keeps coming back all the time. Once we identify these lands, we've given the nod that it'll go ahead. We know how bloody minded the Department of Planning is when we sort of put these things on the table. They don't let go. I think it's really dangerous to go against the feeling of the community and to put this out there for future consideration. I mean, we've had arguments from people saying the economy in the village has to build up. Well, it's not a town, as people are saying, it's a village, and it's a village already with some very, very sustainable businesses. Butchers, bakers, pubs, coffee shops, guest accommodation, newsagents, supermarket, CTC, post office, the shack, hairdressers, petrol station, restaurants. My God, how many more businesses do we need to make it a sustainable village? We don't need that increase. If we're going to look at measured infill in the village, that's something that I could work with. But to put this on the radar and have it just flashed on us like Chelsea Kamungi, I think we'd all live to regret that. So councillors, please, this is our opportunity. If this were to come up in the future, another, I don't know how many years, we can revisit it. But at this stage, there's no desire, there's no appetite. So why would we support Councillor Turlin's motion and go against the wishes of the majority of applicants or respondents in the village? Does not make sense one little bit.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Turlin.
Well, I'll speak against Councillor Whipper's statements. We've spent $17 million on a sewer system there.
No, sorry, Councillor Turlin, it was 32.
That's right. It started off at 17 million and got to 32. Yeah, here we go again. So 32 million on sewer plant. That's only looking, it's ridiculous. We've got the infrastructure in place. It can take it. Robertson needs to take some of the load as the rest of the Shire. And here we are. If you want to engage new people to come into the Shire, and young people, hopefully they will, and stay here, they need to have places that they'd like to stay, like Bundanoon, like Collabar, like Barrel, like Robertson. Why would we just cut Robertson straight out of the potential of the sites that have been indicated by the staff? The community have said, yes, I'm reading the document here, 35 submissions, and 80% prefer the infill. I get that and I understand that. But if those people don't want to do the infill, don't want to subdivide their place up because they're large lots, it's not going to happen. This allows a new area or reasonably small, probably 1,000 square metre lots for normal people who can afford to live out there and maybe travel down the coast to work or back into Barrel. The point is at this time we need to allocate over the whole Shire, not just in one little box in Barrel and other places. So we need to make sure that we do allocate. And you've got to remember, with the two speakers tonight in relation to Robertson, none of them spoke against it. Nobody came from Robertson and spoke against it. The two spoke for it. They spoke for it.
There's a reason for that, Councillor.
Possibly right. Possibly right.
Possibly right. Yeah.
Councillor Whipper, maybe you could have chased up somebody to speak against it and not just yourself.
No,
so this is the issue.
Part of an association with a vested interest.
Can we please debate the issue and not the person? We end up from a civil
I'm not a developer, Councillor.
To a dysfunctional debate, and I don't want that. Okay.
I don't think I've finished yet, and I'd like an apology from Councillor Whipper in
You
your
won't
arrogance
get it.
and
You
your
won't
approach.
get
Well, I won't get it. Okay, Mr. Mayor,
You
you
are-
can stand
I'm
up.
not a
and-
developer. I'm not a
You can
developer.
stand up now, Mr. Mayor, or you can do what you and do nothing. What are you going to do?
Councillor, you have asked for an apology. Councillor Whipper has said he's not giving you one. I can't make Councillor Whipper give an apology as much as I can't make anybody else.
I cannot apologise for not being a developer, Councillor.
Very good.
Thank you. Councillor Turley, you finished.
Well, I've been into.
Any other speakers?
Yeah.
Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, look, I was going to raise the same couple of points that Councillor Turlin raised, particularly in regard to the sewage system that's out there. But I think that the people out there are quite astute. And I remember when there was a proposal going forward for a jail to be constructed out there. Well, the people came forward and let council know in no uncertain terms that they didn't want a jail out there. So that's the sort of response that we needed if the proposal for the additional housing out there was to go ahead.
Thank you. I'll have my tuppence worth because I have a fair association with Robertson and have done all my life. People, nothing stays constant. Nothing stays the same. And when I was a boy, Robertson had a population of about 300, I think, maybe more. It's now up to 1,700. And the very people who have moved in there over the last, 60 years, 50 years, call it home. And that is what, and they built houses, and Shackleton Street was developed. We have approved a subdivision going down, I don't know the street, Councillor Whipper will know it, running down to Shackleton Street. It hasn't spoilt the amenity of Robertson. People are still living there. People are still enjoying the amenity. So people also have the right not to necessarily want to live on a 5-acre block or a 2-acre block. If they've lived there all the life, they might want to buy a smaller block and build another house. So to just say no, we're not going to allow Robertson to develop anymore, I think is wrong. And we could have said it with Mittagong, with Renwick, we could have said it with Mossvale, with Farnborough, we could have said it with East Barrel, and there were a lot of objectors to those proposed. But people come and live and they call it home. People have to live and we have to allow them with good planning. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, Councillor Whipper makes a very good point. Staff have recommended infill and there's the potential it will grow and it can work with infill. It's a very sensitive area, Robertson, as a village. So look, as he says, once you identify a bit of land, it never goes away. Like Wensleydale, these properties, Chelsea Gardens, Comungi, I think what he said makes a lot of sense. This can come back at another time. We don't need to identify it now. There is the potential there for a lot of infill in Robertson, if that, and I think we can do that sensitively without destroying the amenity of Mossvale. So I'll be supporting Councillor Whipper in this. They will be taking their load, as Councillor Turlin talked about. We all have to front up and take that load. We can't just close the barrier and say we're full up. We don't want any more, as Bob Carr once said. We can't do that because the department and the government will step in and sack us and just do what they want. We're in a tight spot here. But I think identifying particular blocks of land leaves them, they never go away. So I'm happy to support this because I think there is the potential for infill there. That could work. We haven't heard from the silent majority out there that want their village as it is. Probably the people in Colavale the same. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Scandron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just ask Councillor Turland why he wanted to take out and subject to future consultation with the community?
Councillor Turland.
Already been consulted with the community already. Why are you going to do it again? It's already been done.
Well, I think we've just...
No idea.
Thank you. In the debate. Well, I think we've just heard from Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Whipper and others that there has been some impact on consultation during this. Now, we haven't got the neighbourhood strategy out there either, which I feel was an important part of where we're going. And whilst there will be a need in Robertson at some point, I think that the staff recommendation there, subject to future consultation, is not a bad way to go forward because it puts it in the radar, but it makes it entirely dependent upon satisfactory consultation. And I'm just looking at the numbers here and saying, right, this is a bit like Colliervale. We haven't had effective consultation with respect to Mr. Park because it's been impacted by the COVID-19. We just haven't had it, right? And particularly the amount of last minute submissions that have come in proves that. So, Councillor Turlin, I'm just suggesting to you that you might want to re-include those words, subject to future consultation with the community.
Okay, well, at this stage, we have a motion. Councillor Turlin can co-agitate on that while we vote on it. So, all in, Councillor Whitby, you're right in reply.
Only to say, Mr. Mayor, that we've consulted to a degree up to this point. If we go against the outcome of that consultation, which quite clearly said that there's not an appetite to develop that area, which I might add is prime agricultural land. I mean, there's very, very, very little prime agricultural land in this shire. Robertson is abundant in it. Why would we spread out and eat up those opportunities to utilise that land in its best capacity to feed people who live in close proximity? So, I mean, it just doesn't make sense at all. And to go to slap the community in the face, councillors, and say, we heard what you say through the consultation, but it doesn't matter. Look, I just think that's disrespectful.
Thank you. Okay, so no, Councillor Scandrett, the vote, the right
Never stops.
has been taken.
Mr. Mayor, say you will
no, Councillor Scandrett, the right of reply has been taken. So I put the recommendation as printed and moved by Councillor Whipper and seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillors McLaughlin and Whipper and Scandrett. Those against? Councillor Andrews, Halstead, Gare, Nelson and Turlin. Okay, I declare the motion lost. Councillor Turlin's now foreshadowed motion comes forward and he will need a seconder.
Yep, I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Andrews had his hand up first.
Yep.
Councillor Turlin, this is not going to happen for a long time because it says for future planning. It doesn't say now. I would think it would be very unwise in 5 or 6 years' time that we don't consult the community because this is a long-term strategy. May I suggest that it be consultation at a future time when this proposal is...
Well, move an amendment.
Well, I don't want to move an amendment. I want to ask Councillor Turlin whether he can see the logic in consultation in 5 years' time.
Well, I'll put this to you if I can, Mr. Mayor. It's as simple as this. We've been on consultation right through the Shire and the staff have picked only one area for future.
Yeah.
I mean, it's extraordinary. The other properties that have been put up through the Shire have had no consultation, and some of those might be approved by the public, but they can't be consulted at this point in time. They're the ones that should be for future consultation, not this one. The whole Shire has already been through the consultation process. So why would you make it future? And if you look at the bit of land that you're talking about, it's minute compared to some of the other large blocks that you're talking about. It's been this bit of paddock that we've looked at this over the last 4 years. Nothing's changed. It hasn't grown any bigger.
Councillor.
By the time this comes around, another motion will be put before council anyway. So it's probably irrelevant. The main thing is about the housing strategy. So would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think I've said enough at this point in time, but what I will say, without people who take the risk to develop land and build a house, None of you blokes would live in anything. Somebody else has taken the risk to do it and make it happen for you to live under a roof.
Thank you, councillor Turlin. Kelly, is there any other debate on the issue? Then I put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillors Andrews, Halstead, Gare, Turlin, Nelson, anybody else?
No, what's going on, Mr. Mayor? I haven't got my hand up. You're moving.
Councillor Turlin.
Councillor Turlins.
Do it again. All in favour of the recommendation, please raise your hand.
Yep,
Can
sorry.
we get it bigger? Councillor Nelson, Councillor Turlin, Councillor Gare, Councillor Halstead, Councillor Andrews. Those against? Councillors Whipper, Scandrett and McLaughlin. I declare the motion carried. We now move on to E in relation to Wesley Day.
I'd like to move a motion.
No, I got in before you, I'm afraid.
Councillor Halstead has been raised this earlier. I'll give you have the right, Councillor Halstead.
Yes, what I'm moving is what's there with the word "not" after the words Wensleydale, not be retained. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, seconded Councillor Scandrett. Councillor Halstead, you have the right to speak.
Look, I'm quite convinced that whilst we've had the position put by Mr. Park, that certainly from a planning point of view, I see that as a very important buffer, to be quite frank. I can go on and on about it, but I would say in my 4 years on council this time around, in any event, I have received, I would say, 30 emails, all opposed to Wensleydale, So I don't know what Mr. Park did. On the other hand, maybe those people didn't put official submissions in, I don't know. But, and I'm not necessarily geared or affected by that, but it's got to be part of the input as well as subjective viewpoints of planners when they draw pretty colours on maps, because we've all done it in our past. We don't all operate objectively at all times, but look, in this case here, I just don't think there's the need for this in that location. Quite frank, I think some of the land south of Carlisle is better off rezoned, but obviously the planner or planners in there take a different viewpoint. I'm certainly totally opposed to Wensleydale being rezoned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turlin.
With the mover and the seconder in relation to Colivale, there is two sites that have been put forward by different parties which have not been on exhibition to date. And it's one in Wilson Drive and one in Drapers Road that I can see here. Would the mover and seconder allow those two to go in for public consultation for future, as Robertson was, consultation?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that as a mover. To be quite frank, I think that's got far more validity than the Wensleydale. At least it's public consultation. It's the sort of thing Larry wanted at Robertson, but we've already had it out there.
Yes. Subject to consultation.
I want to see the recommendation that is being moved and the suggested recommendation, how it would read.
Do you want me to add to it now?
Well, Councillor Halstead, is his motion.
Okay, well, it's just the two sites is Draper Road. I think it's 181 on Drapers Road, Colivale, and then 1521 Wilson's Drive. They're the only two that I can see extra that's been put in from the Colivale area. And it's been noted before too, as if we take one out, that we should actually add something back in for public consultation. These two sites have not been on any public consultation.
Councillor Turlin.
Okay.
Look, I don't have any, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any problem with that. Of course, knowing that they may not get up anyway, but at least they're listed. I don't have any sort of positive towards or negative towards either of them, but I'm quite happy to have that amended to that extent, particularly where it talks about consultation, which it does.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin.
Are you waiting for my response, Mr. Mayor?
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. How does that work with regard to re-exhibition? Does that need to be a re-exhibition?
It will.
For clarification, that is to Mr. Park. Do you, the clarification is, would this alteration of this motion to that require a re-exhibition, would you think, Mr. Park?
Look, I would have to seek clarification from the Department of Planning. My best guess is probably. I'll make the point quickly, councillors, that there's 4 sites being put forward in Collabar, so not 2, there's 4 sites. So if you're going to include sites, can you please be really clear about which ones are in and which ones out? Because it's outlined in the body of the report, but there are 4 sites put forward by landowners in Collabar. So can we just be really clear so that we don't have any ambiguity in the resolution?
That's clarity.
Why don't we look at all of them then? Why don't we look at all of them?
I think Mr. Mayor, I think the comments on the other sites were quite clear that there are a couple that had some merit and 2 that had no merit whatsoever.
We are beginning to run a bit of a Dutch auction here, councillor.
Yeah.
It is right at the end of all the period that we have consulted, we have investigated, and that the planning department have put forward. And last week or the week before, we had a full briefing on it. And that was the time, in my opinion, that these issues should have been perhaps looked at. But that's not the way it is. So Councillor Turler, you've got your hand up.
Just to clarify the issue, it's future possible inclusions into the local strategy plan and the housing strategy. It's for future possible inclusion.
Correct.
So it doesn't have to be re-advertised now at this point. So we've actually got to the point where the minister can go through and give us what we need, the planning department. But this is other sites. Because we're pulling Wensleydale out, this allows the opportunity for some growth, like Robertson, in Collar Vale, sharing the load over the whole shire.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nelson.
I'll foreshadow a motion that is the recommendation there as printed.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, are you awaiting my seconding, confirming?
I'm waiting. Councillor Turler, Councillor Halstead has moved the recommendation. Councillor with the amendment and addition to Councillor Turler.
Yes.
Councillor Turler has just spoken. Councillor Nelson is moving an amendment of that.
No, foreshadowed motion.
Anyway, Mr. Mayor, I'm just letting you know that I'm happy with the amendment that has been proposed by Councillor Halstead with Councillor Turlin's input.
No, it's not an amendment, it's the motion.
Yes, with that change, Mr. Mayor. Bloody hell.
You didn't have to say anything.
Okay, so subject, I think we've been through this long enough. I will put the recommendation.
Hang on, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor.
Yeah, look, I've got to declare a conflict of interest. I didn't know this was going to go into the motion. That one of these proposed sites, the person I know very, very closely, and I think it'd be advised that I not vote on this motion.
Absolutely.
So I will be pulling out of this because I did do a small development with this owner probably a long time ago, 20 years ago, but I still think it's important that I refrain from voting on this one. So I'll leave.
There is less than significant interest as you landowner that you've had business dealings with.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So we are putting you in the waiting room.
Okay.
Right, you're gone. So councillors, we have the recommendation. All in favour of the recommendation moved by Councillor Halstead and seconded by Councillor Scandrick, please raise your hand. Councillors Turland, Halstead and Scandon. Those against? Councillors Gare, Nelson, Andrews and Whipper. I declare the motion lost. Councillors, bring back in,
good one.
Councillor Nelson.
You can't put another motion forward.
Oh, he's putting, oh, that's right. So you're now putting your motion forward, Councillor Nelson?
That's correct.
So the motion as presented in the business paper, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have a seconder?
I don't know.
Councillor Andrews. Then I put the motion.
No, well, there's Councillor McLaughlin back.
You can't.
He can't come in, he can now.
Yes, he can.
Different thing. It's not a different box.
Okay, is he
He's
there?
out, he's back, he's in. Oh, well, he's back, but he's not there.
Are you there, Councillor McLaughlin? Dear me. Councillor McLaughlin. Give him a call. Got him, quick.
Sorry, give me 2 seconds. Can you put your video back on?
Back in the meeting.
You're back in the meeting, you're right back in. Right, but you've turned your video off, so, yep, cool.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor McLaughlin, just to let you know, the motion moved by Councillors Halstead and Scandon was defeated. Councillor Nelson has moved the recommendation as a foreshadowed motion. It is now before you. Do you still have a pecuniary, non-pecuniary interest to vote on this or not?
Okay, let me just quickly read it, Mr. Mayor.
Well, it's the one, it's in the business paper.
Oh, okay, we haven't changed it. Okay, yeah, all right. No, I don't have a pecuniary interest on this one. Yeah.
Then I put the recommendation. All in favour of the motion moved by Councillors Nelson and Andrews, please raise your hand. Councillors McLaughlin, Nelson, Andrews, Whipper. Again. So that is carried.
Yeah, you've got to say who's against.
Those against?
Planning matter.
I would say with against it.
Halstead, Turland and Scandon. I declare the motion carried. We now move over to the second page, which says the council adopt the revised Winter Caribbean housing strategy. Would somebody like to move that? Councillor Turland, seconded by Councillor Andrews. I don't think we need any debate.
I'd like to add number 5 to it.
Councillor Andrews, Turland.
If I may, the council exhibit additional sites for future possible inclusion into the local strategy planning statement and local housing strategy.
I am going to get advice on this, whether this will compromise what we've just debated. Pepe or Mr. Park? Mr. Park?
Sorry, thank you, and through the chair. I'd encourage you to be really clear with exactly what you're asking. If you're saying that we can consider them as a separate proposal or as a separate review of the housing strategy, so we're finalising the housing strategy in LSPS as exhibited, And then there's a separate process we can reconsider them, which would need to go back on exhibition anyway. That's fine. If we're
Okay,
saying-
I'm happy with that. You word the motion that you would like, Mr. Clark.
It's not my motion. It's your motion.
Can I suggest, councillor Turlin, this has been an exhaustive process. Can I suggest that we adopt what we have and you bring back a notice of motion?
I don't know if we can because we've adopted the strategy. This is the problem.
Mr. Mayor, I think you should deal with it if you can now. I don't see why, with the comment from Mr. Park, they can't be incorporated.
Yeah, I think Mr. Pepping's done.
Well, I'm happy with that. I'm not listing them. I'm only saying the ones that future possible.
Please join me up the minute.
I know. This happens to be very important.
Yeah, that's really important.
So councillors, if you want to take separate sites, I would suggest that you adopt the housing strategy, the local strategic planning statement, and review those documents in 12 months' time or 2 years' time when we have to review the local strategic planning statements again as part of our community strategic plan.
That's a good idea.
What that does, it solidifies what we've done tonight, and the community knows where we are. Otherwise, we are sending a mixed message, in my opinion, to the community. But if we give them knowledge that it will be revisited in 2 years' time, as Mr. Pepping has pointed out, I think it gives everybody direction. But we will put it up, councillor Turlin, and it may get through and it may not, but I won't be supporting it.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question, please, of Mr. Park?
Yes.
Mr. Park, we've previously isolated all such proposals until the time when we got to the actual strategies. Be pretty appropriate for this to also have something like that in it, so that it clearly says to anyone coming knocking on the door, look, you know, it's got to be at least 2 years away.
Mr. Park?
Look, thank you, and through the chair, the strategies are really clear. The LSPS is really clear. It has a specific action that says that we're not going to support planning proposals outside of the areas that we've identified, because we want to have a strategic approach to land release. We will be reviewing, as Mark said, and I think it's a really good suggestion by Mark, that we're reviewing the LSPS in line with the CSP, and that's outlined in the body of the report. At that stage, if council want us to consider additional sites, we can do that as part of that periodic review of the LSPS.
Okay. So that sort of clarifies, and if you read number 5 now, it gives clarity to what we're doing tonight. Councillor Halstead. You're muted. No, you're right. Okay, are you happy with that, Councillor Turlin? I can support that.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, could I, one more clarification.
Councillor Scanlon, clarification.
In the report we have of the sites that weren't consulted, for example, in the Colo Vale area, and were some of them quite clearly, Mr. Park's report says, not supported. Are they the ones that we're talking about, or is it the two that did have merit in the Colo Vale area as an example? Do we want to qualify that these are sites that were submitted that did have merit?
Mr. Mayor, point of order. I mean, we're debating now. We're not in question.
I take your point, Councillor Whipper, and I do take your point.
Put the motion.
Do not lead staff.
Put the motion.
No, I'd need a point of order too, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nelson.
If number 5 includes all the other land, that's been considered, then councillor McLaughlin has an interest because it includes the land he just
Correct,
excluded himself from.
correct. So I can't vote on this either.
You can't vote on that because of that includes all the land. That's my
That is
opinion.
why I think 5 should be removed and that it comes back as a separate motion.
I don't agree with that.
No, it can't come back as a separate motion because this is what
Then
once it's adopted, that's it. You can't bring anything else in.
I will foreshadow an amendment from the chair that is
Here we go.
1, 2, 3 and 4.
Well, I think you can just move an amendment, Mr Mayor, and I'll second it. 1, 2, 3 and 4.
That will be the amendment with 5 being removed.
Exactly.
Councillor Andrews.
I'm happy to step out again if on this
I
one.
think you should.
Councillor
You can
Andrews.
vote on the amendment.
Excuse me. Councillor Andrews, you had your hand up. Okay, you've got your mute on, Councillor Andrews.
So I have, I apologise. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm the second to this motion. I've got concern about it. It seems to mess up what we're trying to do. So, once again, with respect, I remove as a second.
Okay, so you will need a second to Councillor Turlin for your motion.
I'll second it. Definitely needs to be seconded to get to vote.
Okay, so the motion is as up on the screen, and the amendment is moved by myself from the chair and seconded by Councillor Nelson, the recommendation. So we've been through this 100 times. I will put the amendment. All in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Andrews, Councillor Nelson, Councillor Gare. Those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand.
I'm having trouble keeping up with this.
No, you have to have this.
Okay, then we will do it again. Those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand.
Could we have it on the screen? Thank you.
Which is the original?
It's the original.
Well, why are you having trouble keeping up with it?
Because I couldn't.
Councillor
I get it.
Scanlon, Councillor Andrews, Councillor Nelson, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gare. I declare the amendment
Carried.
Those against the amendment will be Councillors Halstead, Councillor Turlin. I declare the amendment now becomes the motion. I put the motion. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillors Scanlon, Andrews, Nelson, McLaughlin and Gare. I declare the motion carried.
That's it.
Again.
Councillor Whipper didn't vote on anything.
He doesn't have to.
Very astute, councillor.
Good.
Well, his vote is against.
It's recorded in the negative. So that will be Councillor Turlin, Halstead and Whipper. We move now, councillors, we have 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, you got to do it, Mr.
We move to 12.2, post-exhibitionary plan, planning proposal for a guide on Kangaloo in Aiken Road and Kangaloo Road.
Yeah, I'll move that, Mr Mayor.
Seconded.
Councillors McLaughlin and Scandrick, all in favour, please raise your hand. That's Councillor Turlin, are you voting?
Just want to see where we are.
We're on.
This is the heritage matter.
12.
Aiken Road.
No, I'm happy.
Not voting. So all in favour was as.
Everybody. Yep.
No, it's Councillor Turlin has voted, didn't vote, he is voting again. So councillor Turlin votes against. 12.3, adoption of draft agency information.
Yeah, happy to move that way, Mr Mayor.
Councillors Nelson, seconded councillor Halstead. Put the recommendation. All in
Whoa, wait a minute.
Councillor Turlin.
Information,
I'd like to add either an amendment or add to the motion that council reinforces its Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act 1998 and the Surveillance Act 2007. The council reinforces the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act.
Where's?
That's the law. That's what he's talking about, the law.
It's the law. It's.
Yeah, but where does it say that in the report?
It doesn't. That's what he's saying.
Well,
so that's therefore I'll be retracting my seconding on the other one unless you agree to it, Mr. Councillor.
Make it a 1 and 2.
Yeah, well, I don't care, but it should be in there. It is the law, so we need to reinforce it. That's all three.
The law is the law.
This is correct where we're going. The council reinforces the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not finished yet.
And the other one.
And the Surveillance Devices Act 2007.
New South Wales.
New South Wales, 2007.
Yeah, that's the law. That's a good one.
Okay, I mean, it's just additional, but that's fair enough. Moved by councillor Nelson and Halstead. You happy with that, councillor?
Yeah, I certainly am, yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure Pete would.
Let's see if we can get through this. Put it all in favour. Unanimously, we move over to 13.1, legal report. Is there page 217? Councillor Halstead, have you got a question or no? You just moved. Moved. Councillor Nelson McLaughlin, any questions to the report? I think we answered them in during the briefing session. Put it all in favour, please raise your hand. Well, it doesn't have to be yeah, it's carried. We move to 15.1, proposed retail premises petition. West Parade, moved councillor Scandred, seconded councillor Halstead. Any discussion?
Yes.
Just a petition with no debate. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye, against carried. Management Advisory Committee reports.
Yep, move.
Nelson and McLaughlin. You happy to move that, councillor McLaughlin?
Yes, yes.
Okay, any discussion on the committee report? Yeah, move councillors Nelson and McLaughlin. Put it all in favour, against carried. We move over to 228. 223.
223.
223. Oh, it's jammed underneath that. Minutes of the traffic committee, moved councillor Halstead.
Yep.
Seconded councillor Stevens. Any discussion? Put it all in favour, against carried. We move to questions with notice. Councillor Turland, somebody moved the recommendation. Councillor.
I've got my hand up.
Well,
I'll move the recommendation, but also item 2, that all councillors participate in the general manager's performance review.
Can't do it.
Why not? Put it to the vote.
You have terms of reference, councillor Turland. And they're in accordance with it.
Well, I don't understand how we cut out all other councillors on the review of the general manager.
Because you have a review committee It is under the guidelines of the Local Government Association, of the Office of Local Government.
I would think that's not correct. Years gone by, we always had councillors all participated.
Now, as far as I'm aware, there were changes last to the reviews and whatever. Councillor Whipper.
Mr. Mayor, I just don't understand what this line of questioning is about. Quite clearly, Councillor Turlin knows the rules of engagement. To continually bring this back to council, I think is not only mischievous, but I think it's certainly eroding the confidence of the community in this council. So I'm not sure what this is about, but it seems to be very pointed, and I don't think there's a need for any of this, Mr. Mayor.
I'll answer to Mr. Whipper's, Councillor Whipper's question. There was supposed to be in June the review, and only that I put this question up, we now have a date.
No, Councillor Turlin.
Is that right? He's trying to just put it out.
Is not correct, and since you raised this, I will forward you out the correspondence as to when, as you know, Mr. Greg Wright retired from the division. Mr. Greg Wright has since passed away. Contacted a replacement in March, and then that replacement withdrew. I have then approached another through the LGA New South Wales, and Mr. The reviewer, I met with him today. There has been a huge trail, Councillor Turlin, that has happened behind the scenes that you are not aware of, and I will forward it to you to show when and where when the recruitment process started, and it had nothing to do with your question. And sometimes it's best to ring up and find the answer to the question. It goes back to a lot of advice early on. Don't ask a question you don't know the answer to.
Mr. Mayor.
Move the recommendation, seconded by
I have
Councillor
a question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Yes, well, the previous procedure was that all councillors were consulted on the review, and then it went into the committee. Could we, when you send that email to Councillor Turlin, send it to all councillors, and also when the conditions of that committee changed, so that it doesn't get? Can you give us that information?
The terms of reference will be given. Okay, so it's been seconded by Councillor Scandrett. I put it all in favour. The motion is that the information is noted. That's the recommendation. The information be noted. All in favour, please raise your hand. Carried. We move on to 17.2, page 229, notice with question, Franklin Street sale. The answer has been there that a verbal answer will be given.
Can we have a report in closed council in relation to it? Because we know, and you know, and I know, that there's been some issues in relation to the stamp duty on the GST that's caused a lot of trouble in relation to this proponent settling.
I'm asking Councillor Turlin that the matter be, that if you want to go and discuss it in closed, then you move that way. It is not to be discussed in open.
That's what I said. Move it into go closed.
That there be a information given.
We don't need to. We just need to note it and move on, because we'll give that information as part of the legal.
Okay, it will be given as part of the legal report. The staff have just said it will be given as part of the legal report, which is enclosed. So
tonight, yep, I'll second that.
Okay. I can move, was moved by Councillor Turlin, seconded Councillor Nelson, noting that it's going to be discussed in closed anyway. I put the recommendation, all in favour. Those against, carry. Listing with notice, new car park in Mittagong. General, that the information be Mittagong be noted.
No, I've got it.
There's a response, so
Yeah. May I talk?
You're moving the recommendation?
No, you can say noted, but I want more information in relation to the soil testing. See, what we have, I mean, I can debate it if you want, and wait. You need a second anyway, then I'll debate it.
Well,
I'll second.
Information is that it be noted.
I'll second it.
Now I want to debate.
Who moved it?
Me.
Councillor Turlin. I second.
Seconded it. Councillor Nelson.
Yep.
Right. Councillor Turlin.
Thank you very much. Now, the reason is we are engaging a suitable qualified contractor to undertake soil testings and geotech investigation on the site. The investigation will be undertaken and approved and gain access when we gain access through the ARTC. Now, the problem that I'm trying to throw to here to you guys is that why is a government department making a site available with no testing of any contaminations on the site? It should not be up to council to be paying for this testing. It should be up to the government to provide a clean bill of health for the site. So we are investing our money into a site that could be contaminated. And if we go through with the signing of the contract with Sydney Trains and now the ARTC, we could be buying for $1 a contaminated site. Now, when you buy a block of land anywhere, you usually get a clearance title that it's not contaminated if it's an industrial site. So here we are going down the path, signing an agreement, an AMU, with Sydney Trains, and we have no knowledge if this site's been contaminated. We inherit the problem. We do not want to inherit the problem if it's there. It should not come from us to investigate the site. ARTC should give us a clean bill from the EPA that they've tested and given us a clean site to work with. Otherwise, it'll be the community that pays for it.
I'll ask Mr. Paul to respond.
Councillors, a couple of points I'll make. The Australian Rail Track Corporation doesn't own the land. The Australian Rail Corporation is the leasee of the land. We need their permission to get onto the site because they are the leasee. There is no block of land. There is a portion of land, I guess, between the railway station and the Range Road Bridge that sits within the licence agreement that ARTC has. We've identified a site in there for the future development of a car park. So it was my position that to do our due diligence, we needed to ensure that that site did not have contamination. That was part of the discussion with Sydney Trains, and their view was, yes, you're entitled to do that, but it'll be something that you need to go and inform yourself about. In terms of whether we'll inherit any potential contamination, I will say to you, that is not the intention. The draft MOU is being developed in a way that ensures that council is protected, and I've made sure that that has happened.
Okay. So the Deputy General Manager has given an assurance that council will not be liable and will protect itself in relation to this land.
Do you want to add that to the motion then?
No, don't do that.
No, there's the recommendation moved by Councillor Turlin and seconded by Councillor Nelson. So I put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillors in favour, Councillors Whipper, Andrews, Nelson, McLaughlin, yeah. And those against. Councillors Turlin and Scanlon. I move to page 18.1, page 231, notice of motion, Bloomfield Close, East Barrow. Councillors Halstead and Turland. Councillor Halstead.
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to suggest that we are going offline in about 3 minutes. I don't think we're going to get through the rest of the business paper, and we will just go offline. My suggestion is that these following 3 notices of motion be deferred and we go into closed committee, and I'm going to need a recommendation that we go to.
I think this one can be dealt with fairly quickly, Mr. Mayor, surely.
No, I have an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so councillors want to go forward. Is that the feeling? We try and debate it.
I have an amendment.
Yes, Councillor Nelson, your amendment?
That an information session be held outlining the stormwater drainage consideration and condition of DA 15-00007 for the development location in Bloomfield Close, East Barrel. That's number one.
Yep, go on.
And number 2, that an information session be held with councillors in relation to DA 16-0895.04 12 Gibraltar Road, Barrel, which we've been...
Excuse me, please. I can't allow the second one. It's not on the business paper.
Correct.
Okay.
Allow the first one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I support what Peter said. We need a session.
Please let me finish. And if you wish to bring the Gibraltar Park, then do it as a separate issue and get 2 councillor signatories so it comes to council.
Okay.
I'll certainly sign it, Peter.
Thank you.
So now councillor Nelson has moved that as an amendment.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Mr. Mayor, I said before, so I was trying to get the message across, I'm happy with Peter's amendment.
Oh, okay. Let House.
I think, as long as we get the facts, because there's a major problem out there, Mr. Mayor, and you should be aware of it.
Yes, I'm aware of a few issues out there, councillor House.
Oh, there's a whole lot. I think you've been involved earlier on, or the council did. They looked at the end result of all this, but this is even worse up the top end.
Absolutely.
Right, well, we will get it in an information session, and and so it's moved by, you're withdrawing your motion then?
Yes, correct. I'm seconding Peter's one.
Okay. So the motion submitted to council will be Peter Nelson, Councillor Nelson's information session.
Correct. I'll second it.
Okay, that's up on the
Screen.
I'll put it. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Well done, Councillor Halstead. You were right.
They should all go like that.
Now, I don't call this because we will go offline before we get any further. Can we have a recommendation, 2 recommendations? We have an extension of time until necessary 10 to 8, and that we go into closed committee.
So moved.
Councillor Scandrett, seconded Councillor Nelson. I put it. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you, everybody out there on live streaming. Now going into confidential. Thank you for your attendance.
Just, Mr. Mayor, sorry.